Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the security track. I'm Matthew. I'm just a moderator here. And up next, we've got Peter. And so, Peter, welcome to
Good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for having me, Matt.
It's my pleasure. So over to you, Peter. I just want to, before we hand over to you, sorry, I just want to thank the sponsors, and they've done an awesome job, and also all the organizers. I think this is going so well so far, and having a lot of fun. So let me hand over to you, Peter.
Awesome. Everyone, I would say, hey, good morning. I'm Peter. And in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to walk you through some clarification around service principals and managed identities. I think it's one of the main questions that come up in almost my day-to-day business, where I wouldn't say it's super complicated, but nevertheless, it's actually one of the core foundations of the platform around Azure security, how to handle it, how to make it more optimized. That would be the good way to explain it. So from there, once more, I would say good morning, and let's see if technology is moving on as well. And it is not. That's awesome. There we go. Good. Okay. So first of all, welcome everyone in my session. I hope you were here at 9 o'clock already this morning, where we had an awesome kickoff from Rick. And from there, you already got a pretty good word about OfferZen. They provided me one of those cool speaker t-shirts. It's actually really great comfort, super comfortable. If you want to get one, I would say try to participate. I'm pretty sure they're going to give some away during the day. But from here, first of all, I would say my thanks to the organizers of the conference. Super excited to be here and inspiring the world about the amazing platform called Azure. So the sponsors, you already know them, or at least maybe some of them already. What I always recommend you to do is whenever you see them online, reach out, thank them for being a sponsor. Without sponsors, there wouldn't be any event. Without an event, you're not learning anything new on Azure. So it's all nicely coming together. And I know it's all in a virtual setup where I was in Joburg like 2 years ago. And whenever I got the invite to present at the South Africa boot camp, I was like, oh my God, I wish I could actually fly back to Joburg, which for now is unfortunately not going to happen. But nevertheless, I'm going to make sure that the next 45 minutes is going to be as exciting as if it would be an on-prem event. So my name is Peter Detender, based out of Belgium. So I do recognize a little bit of Afrikaans, I would say. Now, it's not about me, but it's always interesting to probably know a little bit. So I'm currently working at Microsoft, joining my third year only last week. So working as an Azure technical trainer, it's probably one of the easiest and most clear job roles in Microsoft, where I'm providing Azure technical training every single week to our top customers and partners. Initially in person when I joined the team, but obviously again now it's all moved to virtual. But it also helps me connecting to other customers outside of the EMEA region. And it's literally providing Azure training every single week. And that's where I think it's a perfect fit with what the Azure Bootcamp South Africa stands for, helping any attendee, developer, IT pro scaling up on Azure. And that's literally what I've been doing for the last couple of years already. If you are interested in asking questions, no real idea how it works for this one, but I would say just connect on Twitter. That's always easy. Send me an email, petender@microsoft.com. And maybe depending on the questions coming in, I might be okay in sharing some of the ebooks that I published over the last couple of years, where it's touching on Azure scenarios as well. But again, it's not about me. It's a lot more important to talk about the next technical subjects, I would say, in the next 40 minutes. What I'm going to talk about is, first of all, a little recap on Azure Identity. Why? Because Service Principal managed identities, no secrets there. They're the foundation on Azure Identity. A quick recap on that, and then quickly jumping in Service Principals, from there moving on to managed identities. And I do have demos as topic number 4, but just to keep it a bit entertaining, I'm going to mix in the demos already in between each and every section. So not waiting for demos all the way to the end. Now, when you think about like where should I use service principal managed identities? You probably heard about it. Any Azure technical admin, developer, trainer, architect should know about them. And that's why I am actually super excited to talk about it already at the first technical session here. But before jumping in, let's share a couple of like typical recognizable scenarios. So it could be that your Azure admins, and again, could be developers as well, but let's start with Azure admins, IT pros, where they're probably running Azure deployments every single day. And most probably they're running in what I call the admin user mode, which means you're going to log on to the Azure portal, you're going to run some Terraform scripts, you're going to run ARM template bicep deployments where you as an admin, you authenticate. Or as a developer, you want to touch on the platform and you need specific permissions to do that. Maybe you're not the person who's going to deploy the web app, but maybe once it's running, you need to interact with monitoring, you need to interact with performance, you need to validate if it's actually still working, enabling scalability and anything else that you as a developer could enable on the platform. And again, you need permissions to do that, right? Or from a DevOps perspective, where admins and devs are nicely working together, you need access to source code, where you probably have connection strings, secrets, and anything else stored in web config files. And we all know it's not the best practice anymore. And that's what I'm going to talk about later on. Or you want an Azure app service running on the platform that needs to connect to some other Azure resource. Could be Azure Key Vault, where preferably you're going to store your secrets, but it could also be an app service connecting to an Azure storage account, connecting to a virtual machine running some database scenario. And why not stepping it a little bit away from Azure, where it's not just about Azure communicating with Azure, but we have so many third-party tools actually providing interaction with the Azure platform, where again, you need to authenticate. So any of those scenarios, and in real life, honestly, a lot more, that's all mapping with service principal managed identities. So let's jump in, a quick recap on Azure AD. What is Azure AD? It's the trusted identity platform, or identity service, I should say, on the platform, where the typical use case would be enabling users, enabling groups, and based on your permissions, you're going to get certain privilege to do something on the platform. I'm an Azure admin in my subscription, in my Azure tenant, and I can perform tasks. I can deploy resources, I can manage resources, but I could also use my user account to authenticate to third-party applications. So what we can do is creating what we call an app registration, where an app registration is simulating like a user account and actually allowing you, based on OAuth, OpenID Connect, to reuse your Azure AD user account to log on to third-party applications. Office 365 is an easy example. It means that you're going to authenticate with Azure AD to Office 365. But if you build up that enterprise application integration between Dropbox, DocuSign, and again, so many, I don't know, a gazillion of third-party cloud applications, we allow you to integrate with Azure AD as well. And I'm pretty sure you already know that, but just a little recap, right? And later on, you're going to find out why it's actually quite important. Next to that, we have the user account. It means we can authenticate to the platform. We can authenticate with Azure AD credentials to any cloud application, where next to that, specifically for Azure, you also need permissions to do something. As an admin, as a developer, maybe as an architect, but doesn't really matter what job role you have, you're going to do something against the platform. That's where the permissions are coming in. As you said, permissions in Azure are based on role-based access, RBAC, allowing you to log on to the platform. And based on the RBAC permissions you have, you could manage virtual machines, but not managing SQL Azure databases, Cosmos database. Or as a developer, you have the permissions to manage an app service, to manage functions, to manage logic apps, but you're not allowed to manage virtual machines. You cannot deploy anything new. And so many different roles are available today, where you can start from the pre-built RBAC list, or you could also customize them and actually creating like a combination of 1,000 or even more new combinations, depending on how granular you want to build it. So that's Azure AD for the authentication and role-based access to provide you access, provide you permissions. So let's jump in. First demo where I have my Azure AD environment. Everything's already up and running. And I have my user account up here. My user account is Peter D. Tender. I mean, how hard can it be, right? My user account up here, Peter at PDTIT. That's my user principal name. But technically in Azure AD, I'm actually known as the user object B54 and so on and so on. That's my username. But we're not really using it because as a human being, it's a lot easier to recognize me as Peter at pdtit.be instead of the B54 user, right? You can go into your user list, and obviously a lot of your user accounts are in here. Rick in the keynote talked about hybrid. You can also build out your hybrid identity where you have Active Directory on-prem, been running for the last 21 years maybe, and from there extending to Azure AD and nicely migrating or interacting, allowing any organization to still log on with on-prem credentials, but also logging on with cloud credentials. That's what we call hybrid identity. What is RBAC? So an error occurred. Nice. Let's see if we can refresh. That's a lot better. So let's say I have my demo resource group where I do have a storage account. And I want to make sure that one of my developers, Jack, can actually manage it. So what I can do here is adding a new role assignment where I talked about a pre-built list for a lot of different Azure services, where we typically provide you contributor permissions, read permissions, or owner permissions. You can define this on resource group level, individual resource. On a full subscription, that would be the idea. So I could define that my developer Jack can read information from the storage account. So there is a specific role for blob storage. So do storage blob, data reader, and I'm going to assign it to a user, a group, and obviously later on service principal, but we're not there yet. Went to your user list, user Jack problem, there we go. And from here, but I'm not going to show you, I could log on with user Jack. User Jack has MFA multi-factor authentication enabled. And from there, user Jack could actually manage, connect to that blob storage. That's the scenario. But it's not about Azure AD, it's about service principals. So what is a service principal? It's, I would say, building up on top of Azure AD, where it's not really used for users or groups, but it's literally being used for applications. The official definition we have out of Microsoft is that a service principal is an application. So you're going to register an application in Azure AD, allowing you to hand out tokens that you can reuse to authenticate and grant access to specific Azure resources. Think of a web app, think of an automation tool, ARM templates, Bicep deployments, Terraform, or any other deployment tool, allowing you from that non-Azure workload to interact with the Azure platform, where the security again is coming from Azure Active Directory. So in short, what is a service principal? It's nothing more than just another Azure AD object. It acts and looks and feels like an identity object, but it's not linked to a human being. It's not linked to a user or a group. It also allows you to replace what I call the fake service accounts, where in the on-prem world, if you deploy an accounting app, if you deploy a database workload, if you deploy a backup service, for example, we used to create those service accounts where you would define specific permissions like, hey, backup software, I'm going to create a Active Directory backup account, and I'm going to give the required or necessary permissions to that account to take backups of my files, my Exchange servers, my SharePoint servers, and so many other workloads. Where now with Azure AD, we could technically simulate the same thing. But instead of creating those fake service accounts, we now call them service principals. Everything I showed you about RBAC, although it was pretty limited, but it's actually pretty powerful, and I'll get a few demos on that later on. Everything you know from RBAC, from Azure AD users, is also valid for service principal. What it means, you're going to create a service principal. It's simulating a user account. And instead of deploying something out of the Peter admin account or the Jack developer account, you're going to authenticate using that service principal. And from there, again, so many examples. I'll show you a couple of them. I think I got a demo coming up on that. There we go. Where I'm going to start with creating a service principal, quickly showing you how to do that. And from there, showing you some interaction in third-party tools, communicating with the Azure platform. So step one, creating a service principal. So we're still in Azure AD, where it's not really called service principal, but we call it an app registration. And again, I think it's one of the complexities where we have different terminology for the same thing. So I already have two of them that I'll probably use later on, and quickly showing you how to create a new app registration. So let's say I want to deploy something using Terraform. So I'm going to create a Terraform service principal, allowing me to log on to my Azure AD tenant and register. That's about it. From here, I can define authentication, but I first of all need to create a secret. Why? Because authentication is always that user principal that we now call service principal and interacting with a secret. So I'm going to provide my Terraform SP secret, and it expires maybe in 3 months from now. It used to be 1 or 2 years, but in the meantime, we provide some more granular options. So from here, I got my Terraform service principal, and down here, I got at least part of my secret. How can I reuse this information? I go to my third-party application where I want to use it. So for example, I would go into Terraform deployment script. And what I need to do here is providing 4 parameters. And there's a reason why I'm not showing everything, because we're talking about secrets, right? So what I need is my subscription ID, the client ID, the client secret, and the tenant ID. That's like the 4 parameters to tell Terraform if I'm running this deployment, I'm going to use those credentials. Again, not the Peter admin, but my Terraform service principal. Where do you find that information? You go back into your Azure portal, you go to the Terraform service principal, and you're going to find most of the information up here. So the app ID, the client ID is up here. The tenant ID is up here. Subscription ID is not shown here, but you probably know where to find it. If not, you go on top here, you search for subscription, and it's going to show you the information, and you copy paste that information. Way cool. Or I could, for example, go into, let's do another example where just using another third-party software, actually a pretty cool one that I discovered a few months back out of a session on Microsoft Learn TV, where they interviewed someone from Relay, where Relay is a cloud operational workload created by Puppet. You might know Puppet from like server config manager automation. And what they allow you to do here is interacting with Azure, with AWS, with Google Cloud, with Kubernetes, and so many other platforms. And one of the first things you need is creating an Azure connection. So what you need to do here is selecting your target platform. And guess what? It's going to ask you the exact same 4 parameters. So I could go back, I'm not going to do it, but I could go back in Azure AD and picking up my subscription ID, service principal, the tenant, and the secret. Interesting enough, although I called my service principal Terraform SP, I could easily copy paste that information in here and defining that interaction. On top of that, if I want to lock down my Terraform service principal, I would go back in, let's say, my resource groups. And similar to what I did for my developer Jack, I could now go into my, let's say, Kubernetes environment, go back to access control, and from here, I could search for my Terraform service principal, because it's still part of that Azure identity, right? So I could go into my Terraform, and it's probably going to show a pretty long list because I got multiple demo scenarios available, where from here it would somehow lock down that if I'm running my Terraform deployment, If I'm targeting this specific resource group, everything would be fine. If I'm targeting a different resource group, it wouldn't work because I don't have those permissions anymore. Cool. Now, service principals are super secretly, they're helping you in optimizing the security, right? But there's also a couple of challenges. First of all, someone needs to create them. I showed you in the portal, you could do the same with Azure Command Line, Azure PowerShell, where CLI would be AZ, AD, SP create for RBAC, providing a descriptive name that would be about it. Now, once you have that service principal, it means that the person who created it, like the Peter admin here, is seeing the actual content. I know the secret because I need to copy it, right? I know the tenant ID, I know the subscription ID. The same is that if I'm sharing this with anybody else, let's say I'm sharing it with my user or my developer, Jack, it means that Jack also knows those 4 parameters. And again, the validity used to be 1 or 2 years, but we recently gave you more granular options, 3 to 6 months. So you could see, while we're talking about security, and it's maybe not as secure as we think it is, right? Because we are sharing credentials. And again, that's not what we want. So let's move over to the next topic, and that brings in managed identities. So what is a managed identity? Managed identity is 100% Azure AD based. It's 100% service principals. Everything I talked about before is now also valid for a managed identity. But the main difference is that the managed identity can only be linked to Azure resources. An Azure virtual machine, an Azure web app, Azure Functions, Cosmos database, and anything else you deploy in the platform can be turned into, I would say, Azure AD object, where you still have the Azure resource. It's still the virtual machine that you deployed. It's still the web app. It's still the database. But instead of providing credentials in like a web app config file or anything else, you could now move that out into that managed identity. And again, reflecting with some other terminology, we used to talk about MSIs. We sometimes call them managed services identities, where now it's streamlined and just called a managed identity, or an app registration or a service principal, but it's not exactly the same anymore. Where it becomes really, really relevant is that the managed identity, again, it's linked to an Azure resource. So step 1, you deploy an Azure resource. Step 2, you're going to translate, you're going to provide it that Azure AD security object. And it's automatically created, unless you enable it, obviously, that's step 1. But the cool thing is that you don't really need to manage it. It's like Azure platform, it's the Azure AD backend managing everything for you. It also means that you don't need to share those credentials anymore. Now, before drilling in, one last remark on managed identities. You have 2 different scenarios. You got a system assigned and a user assigned. Keep that in mind for now. I'll try to show you in a demo later on where the use case comes up for one or the other. A quick overview here about the 2 different distinctions. But in short, a system assigned managed identity is what I describe as a one-on-one relationship between the Azure resource and that security object. You deploy a virtual machine. I got a VM later on in a demo called Storage VM. I'm going to provide a system assigned managed identity, which means that there's this one-on-one relationship. Easy said, if I delete that virtual machine, Azure AD will automatically clean up that managed identity object. A user assigned, and I'm still a little bit confused about the user assigned because there's no real user involved in any of this. But a user assigned is like a multi-assigned managed identity, which means if, let's say you have a cluster, like a Kubernetes cluster based on a bunch of virtual machines, or you got a scale set of Azure App Services, instead of deploying or creating 50 web apps with 50 standalone managed identities, you could now create one single user-assigned managed identity and linking it to different resources, to 1 web app, to 5 web apps, 50 web apps, but also linking it to a storage account, to a Cosmos database, SQL Azure, or any other Azure resource, where you create that one single managed identity object, and you're going to reuse it, you're going to link it to different resources. So in short, it starts with a source. that would be an Azure resource. And from there, the target is anything else running in the platform. So let's say I have an Azure virtual machine that needs to connect to Azure Storage. That's the demo I'm going to show you later on. You might have an Azure App Service connecting to Azure Key Vault. You might have an Azure Kubernetes cluster connecting to a SQL database. That's the idea, where again, in the back of the platform, there's a lot of security handling going on based on Azure AD, but instead of creating a user account, instead of creating a service principal, that would be the second option, hard coding that information in your web config file, app settings, JSON file, we're not going to do that anymore. So we're just going to tell the source, hey, virtual machine, hey, web app, hey, Kubernetes cluster resource, I want you to connect to the target environment, and we're not going to exchange credentials. They're still there, but nobody's managing them. Nobody's seeing them besides Azure AD itself. I hope it sounds cool enough. So I think I got about 15 minutes left, should be good, to walk you through some other scenarios where I'm actually using the managed identities. So let's take one step back and got to make sure I'm in the good Azure AD environment. So I created this Terraform service principal, but let me take one step back, where I also had another one. Come on, help me a little bit. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. App registration. And I do have this Blazor Azure AD test application. So it's a .NET application using Blazor. If you don't know Blazor, it's not important, but for now it's allowing you to build like a single page web applications or full-blown web applications using .NET, where you typically relied on like JavaScript, React, or Vue to build those front-end applications. And now you can do the same with .NET using the Blazor platform. So what I did is creating the exact same app registration as what I showed you before. And from there, in my application itself, I go into my app settings. And for now, it's a service principal, where again, once more, I'm going to copy that information. Any user coming in from the domain pdtit.be could authenticate to the app. And from there, we can interact with our service principal. Nothing's really different, right? Well, now if I run my app, and this is on my local machine, so it's not even running on Azure yet. And I hope it's performing as it should be. Typically takes about 30 seconds. And we do have that time. There we go. So first thing it does, that's hard-coded in the application, obviously, is that you need to authenticate. Anyone logging on to my applications, let's say, needs to authenticate. So by design, it's connecting to that Azure AD environment, picking cache credentials, so we're not going to do that. Why? Because I do have that built-in intelligence out of Azure AD, where I could only allow users from the PDTIT domain. That's just Azure AD security. Good, I'm authenticated. Now, let's say my application needs to interact with something in Azure. My something in Azure in this example is reading out my Azure AD profile. How does it work? It relies on Microsoft Graph. And the interesting part is that although I am authenticated up here, I'm authenticated Peter at PDTIT, I'm reading out the user information, first name, last name. I'm reading out the profile picture. And if I want, I could also read out like email, for example. If I go to fetch data, it's literally live connecting to my mailbox, where, interesting enough, I'm not really using it because it's like mainly spam coming in, so not that important. Cool. How does this all work? Switching back to Azure AD. Again, we started with service principal. I copy pasted that information in the web config file where, again, it's a segue to managed identities where we could manage that in a different way. But what I did is providing my app registration. I have my credential information up here. I do have my secret up here that I pasted in my application as well, where now I also extend with API permissions. What I did here is delegating that my application, so it's not the Peter admin account, but now my app is using user impersonation to, for example, read out some Azure DevOps information, or what I showed you, connecting to mail, connecting to the user profile. This is running in the app registration credentials. The only reason why I'm authenticating to the app is because I want to make sure that not the whole world can just connect to my application, but reading out identity information is emulated, I should say, delegated to the application. It's not using the user credentials anymore. Now, again, the downside, although from a security perspective, this is already pretty cool. A better approach would be moving to Key Vault, storing my secrets that you shouldn't hard code in your application settings anymore, moving them out into Key Vault, but that might bring another level of complexity where you need to figure out like what credentials am I going to store. On top of that, you also need to provide specific permissions to Key Vault. So let's switch to our Key Vault scenario. So step one, you create a Key Vault resource, and within you're going to define keys, secrets, and certificates. So what I can do here is creating secrets to connect to, for example, SQL database password, or why not a full SQL database connection string, or connecting to a Cosmos database, or anything else. If I go back to my application source code, I need to provide a service principal once more to connect to Key Vault. How does that work? Pretty similar to what I showed you before, where now we're not really talking about RBAC anymore, but we're talking about access policies. Now, just to be clear, Key Vault in meantime provides you two different security mechanisms. It allows you to still use the traditional one, access policies, or in meantime, it also allows you to deploy Key Vault and relying on security coming from role-based access. Now, my Key Vault was already deployed a long time ago, and I'm still using the access policies. You cannot migrate from access policy to Azure role-based access. It means that you need to redeploy it. So if you're figuring out or deciding like what scenario would be the best, from a security perspective, I would say it's giving you the exact same look and feel, the exact same characteristics. So there's no real difference. However, if the best practice, if that's what you're looking for, I would say if it's a new Key Vault deployment, I would encourage you to use the Azure role-based access model. Why? Because it's literally following everything you already know from a user interaction with RBAC, service principal interaction with RBAC, and later on managed identity in the demo. So I want to add a new access policy. And it helps if I click it. You can log down like what is the information that service principal can read out. Where once more, if I would use my Terraform, for example, or my Blazor Azure AD test, I could now link my service principal from the Blazor AD test app registration and defining that, hey, you can now connect to Key Vault and reading out a SQL connection string or a SQL password or anything else like a secret piece of information that you stored. But once more, the downside, I'm sharing credentials. They're inside that web application config file. So what we're going to do here is switching to a managed identity concept. What you need to do is going into your application. So my app is running here. And now I'm going to switch to managed identity. What you need to do is selecting identity and enabling it. This is already done just to speed up the demo a little bit, making sure I'm not running overtime. But This is also where you decide on system assigned or user assigned. System assigned one-on-one, user assigned multi-ones. The only thing left is that from here, I'm going to define permissions in my target. Think back about that one diagram. You got a source and you got a target. So my source is now my ATT demo deploy. That's just the name of my web app, where in reality it's running that Blazor application. If I want to connect to my storage, I go into my storage account where I have a storage container. It's nothing Docker or Kubernetes. It's just a name for the placeholder, the managed identity demo, and I got a text file in there. If I want to make sure that my web application can connect to storage to read out like product images or anything else that your application needs, you go into the storage account resource group where we define role-based access. Seems like I'm doing the same demos over and over, and there's obviously a good intention for that. Where now I can use my ATT demo deploy managed identity. And I can specify, similar what I did with my developer Jack, that now my web app, the Blazor app, can only get blob data reader, maybe because I don't know, only need to read information from storage account. I'm not going to update the storage account, but obviously based on the level granularity, that's what you can choose here. If you want to do more actions out of your web application, like I want my web app to, I don't know, trigger database updates, to trigger ARM template deployments, to run functions, anything like that, it's again still the same concept coming back. Or maybe you have a virtual machine where you want to connect to storage accounts or a SQL database or a Cosmos DB or anything else not important, where you want to do the same thing. So let's switch to our virtual machine. We have a backup VM that's running some backup tool, and we need some storage backend where we're going to store our data, right? And by the way, this is not using Azure Backup, just some third-party backup tool or any other scenario. I have my Azure VM, Azure resource, and I wanted to connect to a storage account where we're going to do the same thing. We have identity. You select enable. You're going to save it. It's like, oh, what we're going to do here is registering the backup VM as an object in Azure Active Directory. And we are providing permissions to access resources. If you want user assigned, you need to create a user assigned object. How does it work? It's not immediately coming back from here, but you first need to create a user assigned managed identity. Well, now a scenario could be that you're going to create this managed identity that you want to share with multiple resources. And we're going to call it read storage account. Like super generic, right? What it means is that out of this managed identity, user assigned, which means we can link it to multiple resources, the only permission it gets is reading blob data. If I go back to my Blazor web app, I could update it. Where now, instead of using that one and single only Blazor web app instance, Azure resource, where I'm managing my managed identity already, I could now flip it over to, hey, why not picking up this user assigned, where I know that the generic permission is you can only read blob information. It doesn't matter what blob as the target, but it also doesn't matter anymore what source as a resource we have. So it's creating that object. And I hope by the time I'm back in my storage account, it's still deploying. That's fine. There we go. Perfect timing. User assigned, where now I go like, hey, you know what, backup VM, you can use this read storage account object. And that's it. Good. So next I'm going to SSH into my Linux machine, where although you can authenticate with Azure AD against a Linux box on Azure, I'm still using the traditional username password. You could also use SSH keys, obviously. So I'm authenticated. Now, how can I tell my virtual machine that I want to connect to some target Azure resource using managed identity? What we need to do there is connecting to what we call the managed identity metadata. So there is a specific internal Azure IP address that's not routable, 169.254, 169.254, where you're going to connect. So you're going to establish an HTTPS session to that IP address from within the Azure resource, connecting to the backplane of Azure if you want. And you're going to specify that you want to target the storage.azure.com. If you want to target other scenarios, you could use like management.azure.com or any other namespace. So already locking it down a little bit. And just for the easy part in the demo, let me just copy this over into my virtual machine. And there's a little component missing. I think it's curl. There we go. Cool. I got a token. From here, I'm going to copy this token, and it finishes at, it's a little bit hard to read. It finishes here. There we go. Next, I'm going to connect a new session, so a new curl action to my DevOps output blob core, and connecting to that storage container where I got my demo text file. And to do that, I'm going to provide authorization based on a bearer token. That's the one I just created. Obviously, in a real life scenario, you would store the token in a variable, but I'm not going to make it harder than it is. And pasting it in here, and zoom it is not helping that well, but it looks good for now. If all goes fine, it would allow me to connect to my storage, but it doesn't. It tells me the request is not authorized to perform that operation. Cool, that means security is working. What's the missing piece? I didn't specify any role-based access permissions. So what we're going to do is back to the storage account. And preferably on the, the resource group level, you're going to specify that now my managed identity gets the correct permissions. So we once more role assignment blob data reader. And what was the name of my managed identity? I forgot about it. How did I call it? Storage VM. That was a hard one to remember. So now it means that my storage VM, and technically the managed identity of the storage VM, is now having read permissions to the blob storage. So let's fire off again. And it's not picking it up. Come on, you can do better than that. Might need a little bit of time, but I don't have that time anymore. Let's see if it allocated the correct permissions. RBAC, come on, one last minute to go. Role assignments. Storage blob reader storage. It should all be there. Let's Try once more, unless my token. Oh, there we go. Nice. It works. It was just a little timeout. There we go. The demo text file is being read out, and you should be able to recognize the Azure Bootcamp logo there. So with that, we're perfectly on time, perfectly on track. So let's close it off. What did you pick up in this session? Service Principal managed identities are, I would say, the one and only way to go forward from here. Locking down security, optimizing application security for third-party applications. Think of Terraform, DevOps, Jenkins, the Relay app that I showed you, just to show you any other third-party application. Or when it's Azure resources, I would say instead of using service principals, although they do whatever they need to do, the best practice would be moving to managed identities. Use service principals for anything that's third-party applications. Use managed identities for anything that's Azure resource. And remember the difference between system one-on-one and the user, where I typically describe it as multi-resource. So with that, I am about finished for now, perfectly on time, I hope. I talked about a little recap on Azure AD, walked you through service principles, managed identities, and in between, I'm actually super excited that all my demos worked. With that, I'm going to close down. I wish you a super exciting, nice rest of the Azure Bootcamp day. Hope you enjoy a lot more sessions than just this one. And you can participate, winning some cool swag where the t-shirt looked a little bit like this for the speakers. For attendees, it seems to be a different logo. So I'm going to switch back to YouTube, to Twitch, following one of the sessions and participating in the raffle, where hopefully I can win another Bootcamp t-shirt myself. Enjoy the rest of the day and see you soon again. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Peter. Before you go, there was one or two questions in the comments.
Okay, cool.
So one of the questions was, can you add a service principal from another tenant to a role? So for RBAC, for example.
Ooh, I would need to check on that. I would assume so, but Azure AD tenants are like pretty standalone, so I would actually need to check. I would say to the person who asked the question, send me an email, petender@microsoft.com, or ask the question again on Twitter, and then the whole world can see the response on that as well.
Cool. And then Bernadine asked, which IDE do you prefer personally?
VS Code. That's the one and only you should use.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah. It's an easy answer.
And then there's some conversation in the chat about JetBrains Rider. Personally, I don't know that IDE, but
are they one of the sponsors? Because otherwise I need to revise my answer. No, I would say use what you want to use. If it does what you need, then it's fine. Why do I say VS Code? Because I showed you like Visual Studio, and it's fine because it has a lot of really cool integrations, but you don't really need like the full-blown Visual Studio anymore to do a lot of like the Terraform deployment. I showed you it in code, so that's what I'm doing out of code. But even managing containers, Kubernetes, building full-blown Java, Node, .NET apps, it's all available in code. So, or any other tool.
Yeah.
JetBrains is pretty cool as well.
Look, and it looks like a lot of people are using VS Code. It's readily available. It's got a lot of extensions. It's really, I use it too, and I'm not even a developer. So I guess it's whatever is your personal preference. Then there is another question around deleting the key vault. I'm not sure what the question is exactly, but somebody
can
asked,
you delete key vault? Yes.
Can
you delete content? Yes, but there is a soft delete that's going to keep your secrets for, I think, now 14 days. So that might be some challenge if you want to rotate secrets. If you delete them, then it's not allowing you to recreate the exact same name of the object. So maybe the one who asked the question, send me a mail or shout out on Twitter, PDTIT.
Shikar did elaborate and said, I deleted the key vault and I'm trying to recover it, but it doesn't show up in the list. But I'm guessing it's past that 14-day retention period for soft deleted items, or
or
Yeah.
the soft delete was not activated on that one yet because it's only
Yeah,
one of
but it's
the
saying
newer capabilities.
when I try to create a new key vault with the same name, it complains that another key vault with the same name exists.
Well, okay, then it should be possible somewhere to find it. I'm not sure if we're showing it in the portal, so it might be that you need to use like Azure CLI first to unlock it,
PowerShell. Mm,
or PowerShell,
indeed.
definitely.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Peter. Thanks very much for that. That was
No
very
worries.
cool. Very insightful.
Good to know.
Yeah. So, what time is it in Belgium at the moment?
It's South Africa time. We're feeling like
okay.
South Africa every single day. Besides the nice weather that you probably have, where for us summer is about done. So it's back to rain. We had some heavy storms already last night. So yeah. I hope to be back in South Africa anytime soon, but I think we need to be a little bit more patient. But the braai was awesome. The wine was awesome. The nice weather was awesome. The people are super friendly. So yes, I want to go back.
Nice. Well, you're welcome anytime. Anytime you can.
I know that.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And
Thank you
yeah,
as
we'll
well.
see you again shortly.
I hope so.
Well,
Enjoy the rest
awesome,
of the
thanks.
day, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
And that's the first session of the day done, right?
Yeah. Nice.
I think, am I up next?
I think you are. You're talking about sensitive stuff.
Yes, I'm
because
no,
you're
I'm not talking
sensitive
about Central. I'm doing Azure Purview, sensitive information in Azure Purview.
Exactly.
I'll even drop
Sensitive
you
information.
a cool demo.
Sensitive.
This is the time for sponsors, Matt, so you can run away and I will handle running all these cool videos from the sponsors.
Cool.
We'll be back at 11, everyone.
Yeah.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Good morning. Is this right?
How's it?
Am I doing the right thing, Matt? You've got control.
You're in control, dude. You just
No,
come
it's like a
in and
pilot.
control
Like,
your
have you
own
seen
thing.
like pilots, right? When they say you've got control, you've got, and then you say
Yes,
I've got control.
You have the controls. Okay, I
Have
have
you
the
seen
controls.
that, right? That's super cool. This feels like so for everyone attending the Azure Bootcamp, we've got a bunch of moderators, but at the same time, some of the moderators are speakers. Both Matt and I are speakers, and we're both sitting in the session. And then Matt will click on something, and it will play something, and then I will click on something. Not sure if Matt's played it already, so it becomes fairly confusing. So there, he just changed the background.
Yeah, like
right?
no, I'm changing. Well, because I have the controls. Look at that.
You have control. So it feels very much like I watched a video on YouTube where a guy was flying in a plane, right? And then there was that second seat in the front, and then they go, you have control. And then you grab the stick or the yoke and say, I have control. And then the other person sort of stops. So this feels very much like that. Well, thank you everyone for sticking around today. Matt, what's my audio like? Because people were saying...
Yeah, you do sound a little tinny. So
yeah, but
there's a bit of an echo, but you're okay.
So it might be that I could always turn the gain down. Maybe it's just my voice coming through now.
Maybe
my voice is breaking. All right,
your mic's too sensitive, and you're going to be talking about sensitive information.
Yeah, so everything in my life right now is overly sensitive, right? So if I add that to the stream, that's pretty cool. So everything's working. Great. Are you going to stick around, Matt? I mean, we could tag team this and you can add some commentary.
No, this is yours. I'm not going to take control over your session. So I'm going to handle the slide
stuff, though. The background.
No, that's going to be you.
So I have to present and do this.
Here we go. Right. No, I'll drive.
Okay, so I should just talk then. All right.
Yes. Over to you, Alistair.
Fantastic. It's back to the studio, Darren. I've always wanted to say that. Well, welcome everyone to this year's Azure Bootcamp 2021 in the Rona times. And I suppose, do we worry about sensitive Rona? Is that a thing? Anyhow, I'm digressing. And I have 45 or 40 minutes to do this session. Today, I'd like to talk about managing sensitive information with Azure Purview. I think sensitive information is not a new concept. Sensitive information has been around. We see it in SQL, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But it's really about having a look at where your sensitive information lies. Now, for those that come from the modern work background or Microsoft 365, you'll understand what sensitive information types are. And what Microsoft has actually done is, a few years ago, I can't remember the exact date. In the old days, we had rights management services, and then it became Azure Information Protection, and AD RMS was the old stuff, but it was specific to documents, the words inside of documents. And you could apply an AIP label to a document, and you could do it inside of Office 365. You could do it inside of Azure at a file share level, and you could also use the AIP scanner to scan your on-premises file shares, and it would apply a specific label, and we'll talk about labels, and also it would apply some sort of rights management to the actual application, to the documentation that you have. And what Microsoft has done is about a year, 2 years ago, they started talking about unified labeling, and they've moved the labeling for sensitive information types out of Azure, and they've actually moved it into the compliance center in the M365 admin centers. And what they've then done is they've now talked about unified labeling, and where you configure your sensitive information types now resides in M365 Admin Center, and you can now push that and consume those label services and sensitive information types through Azure Purview. Now, Azure Purview is more about, and I'm going to get to that now, but that's sort of the lay of the land of what we're going to be talking about. Well, one, what is Azure Purview? Brand spanking new. It's been in preview for about 4 or 5 months. Matt, you're going to have to keep me honest here. I can't remember how long it's been in preview. And it's actually been made generally available, or it's gone GA, like Microsoft always says. It's gone GA, I think 2 days ago on the 28th. However, Matt actually posted something on a chat that him and I spent time in this morning, because everyone's asking about Azure Purview. It's not available in South Africa, so it's not available in the data centers. Matt, I don't have that screen grab that you took, but when you look at
Mm.
availability, it's not available in South Africa, right?
Yet.
Yet.
So,
Do we have
like
any
most things,
idea when it's coming?
no, I was hoping you had an answer to that question.
I
But
don't.
we
This
never
is so
really
brand
know
new.
these things.
The first live stream, and that's available to you on demand. There was a data governance session done by Microsoft on the 28th. I'll see if I can find that and I'll tweet it out a bit later. And that's the first official content being pushed by Microsoft. Also, the content I have today is partner-ready content. So that was only released in the last day. So this session is brand new. The decks are brand new, and I'll definitely share it with everyone. So what are we going to look at today? What is Azure Purview for those who don't know? What you need to do to make sure that you can consume Azure Purview. There's a few licensing things, and a good friend of mine, Quentin de Kock, he spends a lot of time on the data classification side, not on the sensitivity side. I'm more on the sensitivity side, and I'll talk about data classification and our collections and classifications are similar to what Microsoft is doing with sensitive information types. And it's actually quite annoying because there's classifications and there's sensitive information types, and they're like two ships in the night. I'm also going to talk about what workloads are supported, so what you can actually pull into the Purview Studio and how you can add additional sources, and how to apply labels to these workloads going forward. And once again, with all things Microsoft, they muddy the waters when it comes to terminologies, and it's quite frustrating because a label's not a label's not a label. Now, the reason for Azure Purview is really to create a holistic view, an up-to-date map of your data landscape. And when I take you through the various planes inside of Azure Purview, it will start making sense. Just a quick one. Those that have actually worked with it, I can see the chat. I can see what's coming through. Has anyone worked with Azure Purview before? Let's see how quick they actually catch up. Or is everyone new to this? It's very different doing a virtual event because than a live event, because a live event you can ask the audience and people put their hand up, right? And it doesn't look like I'm waiting for the chat to update. Chat's not updating.
I'm seeing
Shepard says no. Charles Marie says no. All right. Well, that's great. Then I'm going to sound like an expert. So I'm excited about that. All right, so just a little bit about me. Let's see if the slides go. Just a big shout out to our sponsors. If you follow the ticker tape that Matt will add to you, you can actually fill in these forms and you can actually stand a chance of winning some cool prizes. So a little bit about me. My name is Alistair Pugin. I'm an Azure and Office Apps and Services MVP. I live in sunny Cape Town. If you want to get hold of me, you can find me on the interwebs at Alistair Pugin. Just search Alistair Pugin on YouTube or on, well, YouTube's the second largest search engine in the world. On Google, you will you'll definitely find me. So do reach out to me. Why is Fabian why is Fabian in the session? I just see his name popped up now. That's quite concerning that Fabian's watching this. Now I've got to be professional, right? Big shout out, Fabs. Alistair Pugin, Head of Cloud Services at Tangent Solutions, and I spend a lot of time in security and compliance and identity management solutions. Well, let's go on. So what is Azure Purview? It's unified data governance, really. That's the easy roll-up, and it's really giving customers a way of connecting everything together so that you have a view. Well, Fabs, let's get the service running in SA North first. We need a business case so that we can get the service activated in SA North. I've actually got a few. Fabs, I'll chat to Quentin. There's quite a few deployments. Tangent has rolled out quite a few Azure Purview deployments, so definitely hook you up there. So why do we want data governance? Because of what these workloads look like. And in today's world of hybrid cloud, multi-cloud strategy, where you've got content sitting in on-prem data center, you've got content sitting in your private data center hosted somewhere else. You've got content sitting in other data centers outside of Microsoft's data centers. You've got workloads sitting in AWS. You've got workloads sitting in Google Cloud Platform. And it's important to be able to, and it's so funny that this is where Microsoft is right now. Because 20 years ago, we were exactly in the same place when we started looking at search. So how do you connect and bring together the silos that you have? And in this way, with Azure Purview, and you'll see how a data lake actually, I like data lakes because it does really cool stuff. It's not just about structured content, it's also about unstructured content. So it's really about being able to pull together and unify your data estate, and then being able to report on what your data looks like and where it's going. And according to Gartner, 90% of corporate strategies will cite information as critical, so that you can, and we've heard the statements made by everyone. We want to start making data-driven decisions. Now, the only way you can make a data-driven decision is if you collate all your data and you have a semantic model where you are classifying and categorizing content efficiently and effectively, so that you can actually make these decisions. Because you've got an ERP system, you've got an SEM system, you've got any other system running in the background that you use daily to make decisions and drive your business, but yet they're not correlated and they're not collated and they're not unified in presenting this back to business. Now, there's a couple of aspects to Azure Purview. There's a technical view, there's also a data science view, there's a data analytics view, and then there's a business view, which is actually quite cool because you've got these various blades, and it's no longer just about IT making these decisions. It's about being enabling IT to present data back to the organization in a uniform view. So what does all of that actually look like? Now, we've seen over the last 5-6 years, I think the GDPR started back. Awesome Fabs. We've seen back in, I think it was 2016, 2017, when the world became aware of what the General Data Protection Regulation is of the European Union. It's a regulation, it's not legislation, so it doesn't need to be passed by law in country. But we've really seen the GDPR bring data privacy, data security, data compliance to the fore. In the old days, we didn't care about HIPAA and all of those things, that the GDPR actually ushered in this world of, hey, what does compliance mean? And when you look at what Microsoft provides organizations through Azure Purview, and we'll talk about classifications in a bit, and also the compliance center that sits in the M365 admin center, you'll notice how Microsoft is assisting organizations in being compliant. It's not just about discovery. We've always talked about discovery. What do I have? Where is it? What can I do with it? And is it valid, right? It's always the case. And then also on top of that, when we look at compliance, we talk about, well, zero trust security is all the rage right now, but it's not just about security. How is that data accessed? Is our data compliant? And we'll talk about processes and producers, processes, controllers, because in South Africa, we have the POPIA. Is it POPIA? No, it's the Protection of Personal Information Act. That's where the A comes from, right? And in the rest of the world, we've got the Data Protection Act in the UK, which is where everything comes from. We've got a protection of personally identifiable information in the US. And then we've got GDPR in Europe. I can't remember what the Australian one, and we've got POPI, right? And this is a little bit more, but it all sort of interwoven. Now, the role of the Chief Data Officer is actually to make sure that the data is valid and it's also compliant. And when we look at the subsets of what this all looks like and what you need for proper data governance, and we talk about reliability, scalability, efficiency, and all the itties, it's really what makes up successful data governance inside of your organization. For me, I don't care about all of them. The biggest thing for me when we start looking at Azure Purview is overcoming silos inside of your organization, because you've got a ton of SQL instances, you've got some lakes, some factories, you might even have a data warehouse running somewhere, but they're not glued together. And there are third-party products out there. I've seen quite a few. There aren't any sponsors here today. That actually glues everything together, and it actually provides you with faceted information stores so that you can actually almost pivot on your data landscape. But for me, the biggest thing is really about being able to overcome operational silos and being able to reimagine what data governance means. So Microsoft talks about being unified, hybrid, and open. I don't like those buzzwords. I actually just want to move on from that. And I hate these slides. They're all pretty cool, but there's so many slides. I'll actually stick it up on the interwebs and you can read this going forward. I want to actually jump into a demo in a bit, and then I'll show you what all of this means. So it's really about bringing together all your siloed data sources and being able to consume those data sources and being able to report on them. And it doesn't matter where your data source is, there is a connector for it. Well, I say that with conviction because Microsoft has done quite a bit around providing you with the ability to connect. And in the demo, I'll show you what that all looks like. And it also eliminates manual ad hoc homegrown solutions. I hate reading from slides. Matt's actually disappeared. I can see him in the back end. But it's really about being able to take your operational, transactional, and analytical data, bringing it into a single view, a single pane of glass to actually start consuming that information effectively and efficiently. Data governance as a cloud center of excellence. It's also about being able to build that foundation and being able to discover your data. Because a lot of time you don't know what you have because you have pockets of people inside of your organization creating data at scale. And with using Azure Purview, you can consolidate all of those data sources and then discover what data is actually stored there. At the same time, you can start classifying and categorizing your data. Think about GDPR, right? And you've got some tables sitting somewhere, and quite a few of these things you could actually achieve in SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS, and you could configure column stores. Well, you could configure columns to consume sensitive information types, the ones that you actually define inside a SQL. There is no glue for that yet, but I'll talk to you about that in a bit. And then also you'll be able to know where these data sources are coming from, which you wouldn't necessarily see that beforehand, right? But it's really about being able to maximize the value of connecting your silos and being able to apply facets and logically grouping them through collections so that you can actually drive value back to the business and then create some insights into your data estate. Now, what does this all look like? I mean, that's the official sales pitch from Microsoft. I'm going to move on to what Purview actually looks like. Multiple data sources, doesn't matter where the data is. There's also APIs that you can use to pull data through an API. It's not just data sitting inside of a database or in a data lake or in a data factory or a data warehouse. It's also data sitting inside of file stores or file shares, the way we used to do it with Azure Information Protection and the file scanner. So it's a unified view of being able to pull all of these things through. Naturally, you can also pull in other applications like Power BI, Azure SQL. You can start pulling in Synapse Analytics as well. So it's at a push, it's similar to what Sentinel does for logs. And this is for data. So being able to pull all of that through and actually have a holistic view of it. Now, I'll take you through some of this in real time to show you what they actually look like, but you can use the Azure Purview data map to logically lay out, and it depends on what your view is, what your data looks like. In the old days, we used to rely heavily on ERDs, entity relationship diagrams of primary and foreign keys. And Matt, this is actually starting to sound like a data platform session, not a security session, right? But it's really about being able to utilize the tooling to pull through all your data sources. And it's where the world's changed, right? When we say data sources, we actually think it's just data, like structured data in tables, but it's not. Because you can add a blob store to this. You can actually pull in most things in Azure. You can pull in a file server as well. And you can start consuming sensitive information type labeling across your file store, across your data store, across your information store inside of Microsoft 365 as well. And what you'll notice, there's a lot of things that you don't have to do. Microsoft has actually made it quite easy because it's got built-in classifiers. So anyone that's worked with sensitive information types in the past, you'll know, and I'll show you in a bit, what all of that looks like. And right now, Microsoft supports 35 data sources, and it grows daily. And when I go and we'll actually count that. So what it actually does is it provides you, you know what? I'm actually going to jump into an actual demo. Let's just get through these slides. And let me actually toggle into, everyone want to see a live demo? I take it that's a yes. All right. Let's jump into a live demo. So what you'll notice is, let's see if this works. During the process, you've got to create an Azure Purview account, and I'm just going to toggle between screens quickly to show you what that it all looks like. So if I go home and I go to Purview accounts, I've actually got 3 Purview accounts because everything sits on top of that. And if I select one, let's see if it refreshes. Yes, it does. What it actually does is it will actually spin up your user management. There's a cool documentation playing here. And then really we want to actually go into the Azure Purview Studio. And generally this is what you're going to see. But when we look at it, it's made up of 4 things. Insights is still in preview. On one of the previous slides, you saw that Insights is still in preview, so it's not generally available. Also, just note that this is generally available, but it's not available in the SA data centers. And it hopefully will be soon. So from a data governance and a data sovereignty perspective, if you've got customers that have data locally, it's going to be an interesting conversation. But as Microsoft says, we can go back to Microsoft and say we want these services activated because these customers need these features available. So when we look at the plane, we've got the data catalog, and I'll take you through what all of these things mean. What's nice about this, if you want to get started immediately, there is a starter kit available from Microsoft, and there's some GitHub scripts that you can actually run to spin up a demo environment for you. Naturally, there are some compute units on the back end, so it is going to eat into your Azure spend, but you can actually spin up this exact demo inside of your tenant if you want to play around with it. Why is Matt looking at the screen like that? So the data catalog is really your view into what's made available to you. You can browse assets, you can have a look at the glossary, and I'll talk about the glossary now. There's a knowledge center as well. And also what it does is it shows you how many sources you have, the assets that are being managed, and the glossary of terms that you've actually applied to this. The next thing you have, and I'll come back to the catalog plane now, you've got a data map. You can either look at it as a map view, or you can actually have a look at it as a table view. And the map view gives you a logical representation of the data sources that are actually connected to each other. Now, to have a look at how you go about adding additional resources to that, if you click on the register button, you'll notice there's a ton of connections or sources that you can actually add, which is pretty cool. So if I look at adding an Azure, just from that, and I'll say continue, you can select the management group. I don't know if I have anything. I'll just go with root. I can actually select the sponsorship, and then I can define which resource groups I actually want to pull the data from. And everything is based on a resource group, right? So when things get deployed, it gets added to a resource group, or you're deploying it to a resource group. So if you've built out your public data center infrastructure, I don't know what that looks like or what your layout is, you'll be able to select a resource group where the data is housed that you actually want to start consuming and scanning inside of Azure Purview. You can actually add it this way. I don't know if there's anything in there. I'm not going to add that. Once it's added, if we look at the table view, remember, I've got 2 sources. So I've got an Azure SQL database, and I've actually got data lake storage added to this specific source. And if I actually view the details, I can actually drill down into that source, and I can look at how many scans and what assets have actually been pulled in, and I can run multiple scans. So the recent scan completed will give you all the applied scans. And when I actually look at my collections, it will actually show you what's been pulled through. So if I click on marketing, you'll notice there's 10 assets, which I can drill down through into, and I can actually have a look at what it's actually pulled through. So it's got some code of conduct information. There's a query that's actually pulled through from the data lake, which is quite neat. And then you've also got Azure Blob Storage that it's pulled through. So this is really about a consolidation of all your data sources and being able to report uniformly on that. All right. So once you've actually added your data sources, you can then start looking at what you can do when looking at the rule sets around what you actually want to scan. And you can create new rule sets about what data you actually want to scan and how you can actually pull that through. There's some rules, and this is for the data scientists out there. I'm not a data scientist. Honestly, I'm more about the information protection side of these things and how we can apply information protection policies to a unified data model, be it a blob store, be it a file share, be it table data, right? And that's what I'm really interested about this. So how do I classify and categorize information stores that I have based on sensitive information types? I also notice that, and this is where it becomes a bit hairy, because when you're in Azure Purview, they've actually got what they call classifications and classification rules. It is very separate, although identical to what sensitive information types are in the compliance center. I'll tab across to that to show you what that looks like. Naturally, Microsoft I think they've got over 200 classifications here now. Classifications can be used without applying sensitive information to it. So you really just want to understand what data you have, and you want to use some sort of classification schema to identify and classify your data. And I think if we go and we look for South Africa, and you'll notice you can actually classify your data, and you can start scanning your data sources to find South African SAID numbers. You can actually go out and you can go search your data sources that you've added to find instances of SAID numbers, which is pretty cool, right? I mean, that's power. You can search all the data sources that you've added, doesn't matter where it is, and you can go find instances of where an SAID number is actually stored, be it in a document, be it in the table data, be it in a data lake, be it in a data warehouse, be it in a Power BI workspace. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? And then based on that information, you can now make decisions. So what do you want to do with the data? And it's not only the classifications, but you can actually build out a resultant rule set that says, well, I actually want to have a look at what this does and how I can actually add this to my classification, and then making sure that it responds with the data. So when you actually start looking at the, where am I going? No, it would be on the insight side. So now I can actually filter information based on classification sets, right? Let's go over to insights, and insights will actually start pulling through all this data. It is in preview right now, so it's not public. But I can now take those classifications and I can actually say, well, let's have a look at what this data is doing based on that classification set, right? So if I go here and, oh, that's what I wanted to show you. When we have a look at the scans, where is it? Let me just browse these assets. Okay, here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. So we add the source, run the scan, have a look at the classification schema that we want applied to this, and it will actually give you what we used to call faceted search in the old days, right? Now, when you start looking at master data management and data quality services, this is where the data science part comes in. And a good mate of mine, Quentin, actually spends a lot of time looking at MDM and DQS around cleaning data. Remember, we said, well, one, we want to classify data, and we also want to make sure that the information coming through from these disparate systems is actually proper data. So think about it this way, right? I can now add a classification, add a scan, add a source, scan the source, apply a classification schema, and then ask for the resultant set of that scan that's now come through. And what it will do is it will give me this faceted view where I can actually sort of filter. I mean, if I wanted to pull up US phone number and I can select that, it will actually give me a view of where my data is and where it's stored. In this case, it's stored in a SQL table somewhere, and I can actually see what schemas or classifications are being pulled through, and I can actually look at where it's been stored. So if you were doing a data analytics audit of, I want to be POPI compliant, or I want to be PII compliant, surely customer data, in this case, if I browse the assets and I go to sales, it was in sales, and I have a look at, I need to obfuscate that. I need to obfuscate that. And I think they're all in the same table. Okay, there's another table there. So I want to hide this from people consuming this because it's personally identifiable information. So how do I remain compliant when I need to subscribe to PII, or in South Africa, we need to subscribe to POPI, and you would want to find ID numbers for where are ID numbers stored across your data landscape. And not only data, but also files. And in this case, that's an all-up, roll-up. And we'll be able to do that, right? And with this, you can actually run that scan and say, hey, mister, I found that I've got customer data, I've got personally identifiable information data stored in these tables. And with that, you can actually go back to your data platform team and say, hey, guys, this is where it's stored. How are you managing this? Because we deem it sensitive information, right? Makes sense to everyone? So it's pretty cool because you get a one-up, roll-up, all-up view of what your data landscape looks like, and you can apply these classifications, not to be confused with sensitive information types, although they're exactly the same. But I'm going to go into the sensitive information type side now to show you how that all connects and how you can pull it through. Yeah? We're good? Matt, are you happy? Are you following along? Okay. I can see him nodding. Not everyone can see him nodding. Add the resource or the source, pull it in, run the scan, make sure that you have a classification tree, although this is straight baked out of the box. It will give you enriched data straight off the bat. You don't have to do anything outside of that. And then from a management perspective, you can actually look at all the metrics and what you're actually connected to, because in this case, we're connected to that. I want to go back to the data catalog and I want to start talking about the glossary. Now you can create, if you are doing data cataloging or you're doing data quality services or master data management, the cool thing here is you can actually start creating your own terms, your own. This is where I get excited because it's about knowledge management. So talking about an ontology. An ontology includes stuff like a folksonomy, lexicons, synonyms, antonyms, all of those things. So think about it this way, right? If you had to describe the UK, right? So I want to create a term. I just want to create a new one, and I'm going to call it Brexit. Right? I'm going to add an attribute. I'm going to call this Great Britain. I hope this works. I'm not spelling Britain correctly. Fine. I'm going to apply. And I can add attributes that all define the template Britain or Brexit. But what you want to do is when you start looking at that is you can now actually create terms that describe multiple things. So think about Great Britain. Everyone defines Great Britain differently. Some people might call it the United Kingdom. Some people might call it GB. Some people might call it UK. Some people might call it London. And in the old days, we used to call this best bets, right? So if someone's describing or classifying content as Great Britain, it could also mean that it's London. It could also mean that it's the UK. It could also mean that it's GB. So when we look at folksonomies inside of the organization or thesaurize, if you've got multiple thesauruses, you can now actually add a thesaurus to that to look at data classification in the right way. And it's based on industry vertical. So a petrochemical oil and gas vertical would have a different thesaurus to what you're doing around mining and manufacturing. Same for retail. So you can pull all of these glossary terms in. I mean, you can literally import it, right? And you can actually have a view of what that means when you start filtering data. It's not only about sensitive information, it's really about getting a view of what your data cataloging looks like. Think about this as a data cataloging tool. Now, based on the classifications, you can now start filtering sensitive information types. All right. So that's a view of what Azure Purview looks like. You've got your browsing assets. You can see the recently accessed assets. And for the data platform guys out there, they'll spend a lot of time in looking at data quality services around this and managing master data, because you'll be able to filter all of that quite effectively based on scans. I want to start talking about how you manage sensitive information types. Now, in order to consume unified labeling and not information protection, and we'll come back to that now, you have to enable this, and this is where it gets interesting, because you have to enable this part inside of the M365 Admin Center. It's not available as an Azure Information Protection label because that's been removed now. You actually have to head over to the M365 Admin Center, and I don't know how many people have actually worked in this world. If you haven't, please get hold of your M365 admin team and ask them to go and help you do this. Now, in order to do this, you have to go to Information Protection and have a look at labels. The first time you go in, you will notice it's not available here. Well, it's because I've enabled the features to get sensitive unified labels now pushed to Azure Purview. But generally, if you don't have it enabled, it will actually pop up just under this heading here, and it will tell you in order to use Azure Purview, you need to switch on a few things. Now, when I create a label, once it's switched on, actually give it a name. Repeat this, display name, text for users, and I'm not going to do too much here. You'll notice it automatically pops up that label assets now, I can actually label data as sensitive in SQL, Azure File Store, Blob Store, and a few other things. I'm not going to encrypt anything. Encryption, there is no encryption, so this won't work. You can also not mark any content. So for those that have actually worked with sensitive information, you can actually go and apply sensitive information, or a, what do we call it? A watermark across it. So either header or footer, you can actually do all of those things. My phones are ringing. And in this case, you can't do any encryption. So encryption is not supported. It's not like you can encrypt the database or the blob store. It doesn't work like that. Those stores actually handle encryption at rest and in transit on its own. Next up, you'll see that you can actually do content marking. Content marking doesn't work inside of Azure Purview yet. So when you start looking at that blob store and you actually want to do a marking for that, no, this is not the right place to do it. But when you look at content marking, it's the same as the previous one around mark the content for files. So I'm just going to untick that. Go next. Auto labeling. This only works with auto labeling. There's no manual classification for sensitive information types because it does the discovery and the scan, and it'll auto classify the data for you. So you wouldn't worry about this because this is for files and emails. So note that it's an automatic classification. There is no manual classification available for your data schema as of right now. Yeah. Moving on, we are not going to add any groups and sites to this because this is specific to Office 365 groups, and it's also specific to SharePoint sites. So the next section is what I want to talk about. Now, remember, we talked about classifications. And as soon as this loads, anytime now, Microsoft. Hello. There we go. All right. Now remember that other plane that I showed you up, that plane that I not plane. I'm not sure which one to call it. Is a blade, a plane, a pane? I'm not sure, Matt. You're going to have to keep me honest here. But if we look at the collection, hey, pane or plane, you are on mute.
A blade.
A blade, is it a blade? It's not a pane, it's not a plane, it's a blade. Blade, okay.
Or a flyout.
Remember,
a flyout's another good one.
Yeah. So remember, if we go back to Studio, right, and we go to, where was I? Classifications. Notice ABA, not ABBA. ABA routing number. ABA routing number. Argentina National Identity Number. So they use the same definitions when it comes to classifications, and they're two different things. So be very aware that there are two different things. This is sensitive information types, even though that's the same information. And the other one is classifications. Classifications will identify stuff. It won't do anything with stuff. So when you consume sensitivity labels or sensitive information types inside of Azure Purview for a data source, this is where it's getting it from. It's not getting it from the classification items. So we could say, well, I want to South African. Search. There we go. I can select that and I can say add. And now what it's going to do is if I go next, and I have to publish this and it will be available under sensitive information types, and I don't have a scan for the specific thing. But if you want to use sensitive information types, not classification types, inside of Azure Purview, you need to enable this. And then what it will do is if I say create label, it's going to create that label. But what you will then see is, because the scan will run, and notice I haven't published it yet, but we'll actually start coming through here as sensitive information types, because I've said use the label, a sensitive information type, from sensitivity labels. So think about unified labels when it comes to sensitive information types inside of your organization. It will now report on, hey, this is a South African identification number and I need to do something with it, not just classify it. I want to categorize it and now I need to do something with it. Do I want to obfuscate it? Do I need to hide it at a column level inside of that database? Do I restrict access to that for specific users? And that's really where it's all at from that perspective. Make sense, everyone? And that's how you use sensitive information types inside of Azure Purview, which is actually what my presentation is all about, right, Matt? All right. Once it's published, or created, you actually then have to go and say, okay, I want to publish that label. Choose, show up, please. Any day now. This is actually quite slow. Oh, there we go. Going to select that one. I'm going to go next. I can define what users work with it. Right now it's all. And then we've got a few features that we can actually do it. So reuse is required to apply to Power BI content, which is quite neat. And you'll then, it's a licensing thing, so be very aware of what it looks like. I'm actually just going to go next. I can give a name for this. And then as I scroll through, I don't want email. I'm not too cared. I don't care about mandatory labels there. I can actually apply it here. I can give it a name and then go next. And I hit submit. It's actually going to publish this. It usually takes, I think, about 24 hours for it to be available. And it's done. I was right, 24 hours for it to be available. And once that gets consumed, the scan will run and it will include the sensitive information type or the sensitivity labels through here, and you will have dashboarding on that, and then you can make decisions. Just want to see where I am with slides. Yes, this is the one that I want to talk to. So what's available today? Where are we with time? I've got 3 minutes. Automated scanning of a plethora of sources. You can actually do multi-scanning in AWS. The data classification is available. The data insights are in preview, so you can still use it, but understand what is available to you. And the last thing that's not available to you yet, and that's GA'd, is information protection sensitivity label support, which is actually what the session is all about. All right. And I think that's it from my side. Any questions? I don't see any questions.
No questions. It's very up there for me. I'm very confused around the classification labels and sensitivity labels. But
so there's a couple of things to think about. And MIP is not available yet. So what you can do with Microsoft Information Protection, and they're extending the sensitive information type facilities around, think about it this way, right? GDPR, you've got an application running that captures user data, and you've got people consuming that. Even with Poppy, right? It's the same thing. You want to classify that certain fields in a Power BI report or in a table that you don't want to make available to all the users inside of your organization. So let's say South African ID number, right? That's what you want to do. You want to block people from consuming or seeing the ID number of a specific user, or not user data. Let's say here's a perfect example. We're capturing information of users today. We take their full name, we take their email address, we take their delivery address, right? That is, we're not very POPI compliant because we should not be giving that out to anyone else except us. And if you look at the form, it actually says it will only be used to deliver swag to your house. Now, if you wanted to just give the delivery address to someone, because it's not a home address, it's a delivery address, and that's POPI compliant, you could use Azure Purview to scan that data source where it's stored in a Microsoft form, bring it back and say, hey, full name and email address is not POPI compliant because it's made available. What do you want to do with it? You can say, well, then use POPI compliance on the back end to say, apply a sensitive information label to this where you actually want to block people from based on groups. So a viewer group can only consume that delivery address. Because
so you redact the other information, or you kind of,
even though that data source is still intact, right? You don't have to spit it out somewhere else. It's the same data source, but based on the lens that you apply on top of it, these people sitting in these groups will have a different view of the data based on what they have access to.
Okay.
So instead of displaying everything and then trying to mask data, you can now actually use sensitivity labels to even stop people from sharing that data. I mean, if let's say you've stuck 300,000 HR documents that have personally identifiable information in a data lake, entirely possible, right? And you want to make sure that only certain people have access to it, but you also want to make sure other people have access to data, but they can't do anything with it. So in the old days, we'd go and say, well, I can't edit the document. I can't do a screen grab with a snipping tool. I can't print the document, and I can't attach it as an email to someone. That's information protection 101, right? And also based on where the person's coming in, because we have to start worrying about zero trust now. So if I'm sitting in a coffee shop in the Ukraine, what I want to do is I still want to give a viable user experience of that data, but I don't trust where they're coming from because they're coming from an unmanaged device and they're coming from a location we deem high risk. So what I do then? Well, I apply an information protection policy on the fly using CASB or Microsoft Cloud App Security to say, yes, you can see this data, but we're doing stuff. You can't download it. Or you can't consume it in a Power BI desktop app because you're coming from a location we deem high risk. And those are the sorts of things that you can do with the sensitive information inside of Azure Purview, because you've got this resultant source, right? It's a collation of multiple data sources, and you're pulling it through that way. And then you can make a zero trust decision. It's decision in force. Well, what is it? Signal decision in force, right? You can now apply those rules across data as well, not just around access control and not just around content sitting in M365. All right.
Cool. We can see if anyone wants to ask a question quickly. Maybe we've got a minute left before we need to start transitioning. But it doesn't look like anything's coming through on the chats. So thank you, Alistair. Thanks.
Awesome stuff, people. If you want to get hold of me, you can find me on the interwebs at Alistair Pugin. I'm on Twitter. I'm not on TikTok or Snapchat. I'm too old for that. You can find me on Twitter at Alistair Pugin, LinkedIn, Facebook. Where else are we, Matt?
Meetups.
Yeah. Find me on Twitter is the easiest way to get hold of me. Send me a DM, ping me, tag me in something, and happily continue the conversation going forward. All right, that's a wrap from our side. Thank you, everyone, for attending my session, and I'm going to hand over control. Well, he's always had control, back to Matt. Or do I have to do control now? Your session's next.
You have to take over, because I'm up next, so we're tag teaming here. So,
okay, so I'm going to sharing.
Yeah.
All right. And thanks, everyone, for sticking around. Chat to everyone in a bit. Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, thanks. Ciao.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Oh, that's hilarious. I was responding to tweets, right? And
Who's
then I
in
just
control
hear the
here?
countdown timer in the background. Sorry about that, Matt.
No, it's cool. It's all
And
good.
sorry, that's literally I Twitter open and they're saying someone tweeted something, so I go read that and I get lost in a rabbit hole,
Yeah.
squirrel. And then I hear,
I
well
learned
done,
a new
Matt.
phrase about Twitter today, sniping. That's a thing. I didn't realize that was a thing on
Apparently,
Twitter.
that's new
Yeah.
for me too.
Oh, goodness.
Well,
So I'm not the only old one that doesn't know what that means.
yeah. So Matt did his own volunteering on his own session. Well done. I'm going to step away. Over to you, Matt.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Right. I just want to kill the background. Yeah, thanks. Alrighty. So, yeah, welcome to the third session in the security track. And I am going to be talking about like Azure security stuff. So I'll get into that in a second. But first of all, I just want to, big shout out to our sponsors. This whole event wouldn't have been possible without these sponsors, and obviously the volunteers helping out in the background. So I'm Matthew Levy. I am an enterprise mobility MVP. I am also a principal architect for MB Consult. And so in my day-to-day operations, I deal with a lot of customers that are doing things in Azure, but also they want to be secure and compliant. And so I'm looking at their architectures, their designs, and seeing where things can be improved, adhering to best practices, also things that I've seen, some ugly things that I've seen happen to people. It used to be, oh, I'm playing with Azure and I got a big bill. Now it's like I'm playing with Azure and I got owned, or something happened to data. So it's now about securing the environments. So today I'm going to talk about my top 10 Azure security best practices. And Microsoft actually have a top 10 security best practices list. Actually, it's 11. I don't know why they still call it the top 10, but there's 11 things in there. But I have a list of my own because the Microsoft document, and there is a link to that document at the end of my presentation if you want to go and have a look at it. It talks a lot about people and processes, and that's great. And, it's very important to have the processes and the people aligned with those processes and educated around how things should be working. And then there's the technology and, how it works with your design and your architecture and your strategy. But I'm an infrastructure guy. I come from an infrastructure role. I was born into supporting people, supporting infrastructure on premises, and have been migrating people to cloud and supporting cloud technologies, but a lot of it's on the infrastructure side. So the infrastructure as a service. So my list of top 10 security best practices are more aligned to the practical things that you have, resources that you deploy in Azure, and how you should be securing them. I can even show you some of the screens to look out for, and just be aware that, by default it's secure, but it could be more secure, for example. But first, a joke. And this isn't really one to read out loud because it just ruins the joke. So I'll let you read what's on the slide. And because this is not an in-person event, I can't see who's laughing at my joke. So I'm just going to laugh at my own jokes. So you're just going to have to deal with that awkwardness. So this band has been around for years. And if you get it, you get it. If you don't, sorry, you obviously don't understand binary. But so I thought it was just going to be a funny slide because my title is 10 or 10 security best practices. So, but the good news is this presentation is not only 2 security best practices. A little hint to the non-binary understanding people. So what can you expect in this presentation or in my session? I'm going to show you some of the common Azure resources. So I'm not going to dive deep into data lakes or Azure Purview as Alistair showed us earlier. I'm going to show you some of the common resources that I've come across people are using most widely in their Azure subscriptions. I'll show you some of the baseline secure configurations and maybe some advanced configurations. There's going to be some Visio diagrams, so be aware. And some recommendations, obviously, from my side. And a lot of the recommendations are based off of Microsoft's recommendations, as well as some of the security control regulatory bodies such as CIS and NIST. So the recommendations may appear to be mine, but they're actually based off of other organizations' recommendations. And then there'll be some things at the end that you can go and do some further reading. So I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of where to read up about it in each of the recommendations of the security best practices, but there's definitely a nice list at the end of my session with all the links. So to start off with, let's get into the first one. And we all know, because identity is what is providing the basis of a lot of the security assurances in Azure and Microsoft 365 or Office 365, MFA is critical to be enabled on those identities. So we know, and hopefully you know, that MFA can reduce the risk of compromise by 99.9%, apparently. So we want to use strong authentication for all Azure Active Directory-based access. And if you're accessing anything in Azure, if you're using role-based access control, you'll be using an Azure Active Directory identity of some sort. And so the recommendation is definitely to have MFA enabled. What that means, though, MFA requires modern authentication. So if you have things or applications that are still using legacy authentication, it's strongly suggested, recommended, to move away from those legacy authentication protocols, because the 0.1% of risk that can happen these days happens because the password is still there, and the username and password or basic authentication through legacy protocols can still be utilized and then therefore compromised on the account. Just a note on the slide here down the bottom there, I've listed the CIS controls. Now, just in case you don't know, the CIS is the Center for Internet Security. And they have a list of controls. They increment the version of the CIS benchmark. And these controls adhere to, these numbers are controls in version 7.1 of the CIS benchmark. Now, number two, the next thing is network security groups. And I'm sure you are all aware of network security groups and how they function. They're like a firewall. You create rules, allow rules, deny rules to allow IP addresses to communicate with other IP addresses through various ports, protocols. And if you've spun up a virtual machine in Azure before, you'll know that it automatically creates a network security group or an NSG. And my recommendation, and it's also Microsoft's recommendation, is to simplify how you use network security groups by creating a network security group and associating it with the subnet where that VM is going to live. And then the VM does not necessarily need to have an NSG associated with its network interface. You can obviously have both, but just be aware that if you do have both, you're going to have complex rules that you need to cater for. And troubleshooting connectivity can also be difficult when you've got NSGs all over the show. So the recommendation is to have NSGs at the subnet. And the other sort of recommendation on this point is, instead of specifying IP addresses when you're creating the rules, you can use application security groups. So it's another feature within Azure, but ASGs, application security groups, allow you to group virtual machines and applications into groups and define rules based on those groups. And so then your NSG rule set is a lot simpler, because you don't have all of these IP addresses listed, these explicit IP ranges, for example. And another tip, and there is a link at the end of the session, is you can actually enforce subnets having a network security group associated with them through the use of Azure Policy. So an Azure Policy can review and validate whether a subnet has an NSG associated with, and then report on the compliance of that subnet, the compliance or not compliant. The other thing, I say obviously, but maybe it's not so obvious to everybody, but public IP addresses are, they're basically the gateway for anything to ingress into your Azure environment's VNet, virtual network. So having public IP addresses attached to virtual machines is not cool. It's not a good idea. You can do it, absolutely. And the recommendation is, if you need a public IP address, you have it there for just a short amount of time when you need it. And then you disassociate a public IP address from that virtual machine, that network interface. Or you have the rules in your NSGs stipulate which public IP addresses can reach that VM via the public IP address. And that's not 100% foolproof. There's still the risk of that IP address being publicly available and scanned, and denial of services against that public IP address. So to mitigate that, I'm recommending a Bastion. And a Bastion basically provides secure RDP or SSH connectivity to virtual machines within your Azure Virtual Network, but without having a public IP address associated with the virtual machine. So when you connect, and I can give a quick demo of that. When you connect, I've got a virtual machine in Azure here. When I connect through Azure Bastion, it opens it in a browser. So it's using 443 as a protocol, SSL. So it's encrypted in transit. And I'm able to connect very quickly as well to my 2019 server here through RDP. So that's just one recommendation. If you need to connect to your virtual machines, don't create public IP addresses and connect to them that way. Use the Azure Bastion. The other thing about Bastion, and maybe people don't know this, but it is associated, or it can use role-based access control. So you can isolate who has access to use Bastion. And also it integrates with Azure AD's privileged identity management. So you can create access reviews, a workflow in order to use Bastion, and entitlements as well, so that it can all be automated. Who has access, how long they have access for, so you can expire that access. And so you can really lock down a Bastion environment. And slide, move on. Okay, my next thing is, and this speaks to keeping your networks private and connected. So obviously from a hybrid perspective, you have the option of connecting to your Azure environment from your existing on-premises network through a VPN. And there's two options with VPNs. You can do a point-to-site VPN, so I can connect from my laptop machine directly into my virtual network using a point-to-site VPN connection and a VPN client, or site-to-site VPN connecting from the on-premises network's router to the Azure virtual network. And those are relatively secure because they use TLS and encryption, and they've got all those IPsec rules, etc. But they're still traversing a public internet, so they're still using public infrastructure. So the recommendation, and understandably, not everyone can utilize ExpressRoute due to the cost or due to the availability. But if it's available to you, ExpressRoute does not go over public internet. So it offers more reliability, faster speeds, and so therefore is more secure because it's a private connection into Azure. And so number 5 is a 5 and 6 kind of go hand in hand. So private link is a facility to inject whatever services you're using in Azure, be them PaaS services, platform as a service services, into your virtual network. So typically those platform as a service services utilize public endpoints. Azure Storage, as an example, has public endpoints, and by default, you're accessing that storage blob or that storage account via the HTTPS endpoint, essentially, or APIs. And so using private link, you create a private endpoint, which then injects an interface, a network interface, into your virtual network. And you can then remove that public access from the service. So what that then does is it makes that service private and only accessible from your virtual network or from your on-premises network via ExpressRoute. So it enables private access to those services without you having to cross the internet again. So just to clarify, a private endpoint is a network interface that uses a private IP address within the address space of your virtual network. So it connects securely and privately to those services via private link. Sorry, I'm just going to take a sip of water. I'm just having a look at the comments quickly. I think they're all directed at Alistair for now. So that's number 5, and number 6 kind of goes hand in hand. And so I've seen this a lot of times. You spin up a storage account. We're doing a lot of Azure Virtual Desktop environments. for customers, or they're creating their own Azure Virtual Desktop or Windows Virtual Desktop, and some of them are doing Citrix on top of that. And they're using storage accounts for FS Logics for the persistence of profile data, profile containers. And so these storage accounts are being spun up all over the show. And by default, storage accounts will accept network connections from clients on any network, including the internet. So it's more secure, and for enhanced security, it's recommended to disallow all public access to storage accounts. Obviously, that's not always feasible. So you need to understand what is stored on those storage accounts, what is the data, and whether they need to, if it's highly sensitive information, you should disallow public access to those storage accounts. If it's data that can be accessed publicly and it's required to be accessed publicly, then leave it at that, but entirely up to you, I suppose. When you enable public access, that public access is the communication between the client application and the storage account is encrypted using TLS or transport layer security, but you should set that to a minimum of version 1.2. So you can see in the screenshot, this TLS is version 1, which has some vulnerabilities from a security perspective. So it's recommended to, if you're allowing public endpoints, make sure that TLS version 1.2 or higher is being used to connect to that endpoint. But for enhanced security, remove access from that. And so in the portal, this is regarded as the firewall for storage accounts. So it's a storage account firewall. And it's built into the storage account service. So it's not an additional firewall that you add. It's built into the storage account service. Because remember, storage accounts are actually the platform. Come on. Four-legged Azure fan. Right. Number 7. Lucky number 7. And so this is a tricky one. So when you create disks in a managed disk platform scenario, the data is encrypted by default. Okay, but it's encrypted on the back end. So it's encrypted what they call server-side encryption. So there's basically 3 types of encryption available for managed disks in Azure. So you've got Azure Disk Encryption, or ADE. You've got server-side encryption, and you've got encryption at the host. So going backwards, encryption at the host is the actual host that is hosting that virtual machine, for example, in Azure, can encrypt the storage data on the host itself, right? And so you can enable encryption at the host, but then you can't enable any of the other encryption methods. Server-side encryption is the actual storage account or the storage platform for managed disks will encrypt the data at rest when it is in the storage account. However, server-side encryption doesn't cater for encryption in transit. So the data in transit. So between the compute, so your virtual machine, and the storage account, the data can travel between those 2 services unencrypted if you have server-side encryption. So the recommendation here is to enable Azure Disk Encryption, which will encrypt the disk using BitLocker, or in Linux terms, it uses Linux DMCrypt to protect those disks with full volume encryption. And that ensures that sensitive information is encrypted in transit as well as at rest. And then you have the option to double encrypt the data at rest. And why would you do double encryption? Well, perhaps one of the encryption methods fails. If you've got server-side encryption, it's managed by the platform, by Azure or Microsoft, and there might be a failure or corruption. So your option is to encrypt it using disk encryption, bringing your own keys, or using a platform provided key. So you can do disk encryption using your own key, and as I mentioned, you bring your own key, or you can request a key from a key vault, and that's still your own key because it's in a key vault. Or on the back end, you can use the platform managed key, which is what happens by default. And disks are automatically encrypted at rest, using platform managed encryption keys. So number 8 is Azure Defender or Security Center has the ability to handle cloud security posture management, so CSPM, as well as cloud workload protection. So you might have seen Security Center or like Secure Score in the Microsoft 365 side. Azure Secure Score is part of Security Center, Azure Security Center. And that's providing you with security posture management so that you can see what the posture is of your resources from a security perspective. And in this screenshot, you can see that it's giving you a rating in the top left-hand dial, and it's giving you a total score. And there are improvement actions that it will provide to you, recommendations on how to improve. And that's part of cloud security posture management. But then in addition to that is the protection aspect of it. So enabling Azure Defender for the subscription itself will ensure that any resources that are deployed into that subscription will automatically be covered by the Azure Defender plan for that resource type. And so the types of resources that Azure Defender covers there's servers, so Azure Defender for servers, Azure Defender for app services, Azure Defender for storage, Azure Defender for SQL, Kubernetes, container registries, Key Vault, Resource Manager, DNS, and open source relational databases. So if you enable Azure Defender on the subscription, all of those resource types will automatically be covered with an Azure Defender capability. And Azure Defender allows you to have some custom policies as well as built-in policies and initiatives that you can see how you're doing according to regulatory standards, for example. So like NIST or CIS or HIPAA or FedRAMP or POPIA coming soon, I would imagine, as well as the Azure Security Benchmark. So you can see how those resources are compliant to those regulatory requirements. So these controls that I've listed on each slide, you'll be able to see whether you're compliant to those controls. But there's also other protection that is enabled through Azure Defender because it's providing advanced analytics. So you can stream that analytics, and I'll get to that in a moment. But it's providing recommendations on how you can secure those resources, but it's also gives you the ability to secure the management ports, so it'll analyze an application that is running in a VM or an app service, for example, and then recommend adaptive hardening. So it, based on the application that's running on a virtual machine, it will recommend NSG rules for you to put in place. And you can just simply click a button to apply those NSG rules based on adaptive network hardening recommendations, as well as things like just-in-time access. So you can request access to a VM just for the time that you need to access it through the Bastion service. And once you've done what you needed, it can be your access is revoked. It automatically will allow you to connect from the IP address, or you can set a policy that developers in a certain security group can connect to these VMs during office hours from this IP range, or this CIDR range of IP addresses. So the recommendation here is to switch on Azure Defender at the subscription level. Then number 9, it should be number 2 after MFA, I think, but update your systems, patch your systems. Whatever you have deployed into Azure, when you deploy it, it's deployed with the updates on that day that were released. So it's up to date to the date that you deployed that resource. After that, that resource typically is your responsibility to update and patch. So there are automated patching services available within Azure, or if we're talking about Windows virtual machines, servers, integrate them with your existing patch management solutions. If you've got an on-premises system center configuration manager, make sure that you're patching and you're updating, not only from a software perspective, but from an anti-malware signature perspective. So virtual machines are deployed into Azure with the Microsoft anti-malware client installed by default, but it's actually in a disabled state. So you should enable that, obviously, and you can enable it through PowerShell, or when you're doing the deployment, enable the anti-malware service. But then make sure that that anti-malware service is updating the signatures and it's consistently getting updates for malware, anti-malware. When you're using Azure App Services on Windows, the underlying service that hosts the web app has Microsoft anti-malware enabled on it already. So just from an app services perspective. And then finally, number 10, integrate your security logs. So everything you deploy into Azure is generating logs. There are security logs that can be streamed to a log analytics workspace, but integrate those logs into a security information and event management system, SIEM, like Azure Sentinel. What you see on the screen here is an investigation capability in Azure Sentinel. But you don't have to use Azure Sentinel, obviously. You can use any third-party solution such as Splunk, QRadar, ArcSight, etc. But the point is, centralize your logging so that you can have analysis running on those logs for correlation. Because the importance of having security logs is correlating the information or the signals that you're getting from various different aspects. So identity, so Azure Active Directory, signals from there, signals from your virtual network. So your flow logs from your NSGs, your services, your virtual machines, all of those logs need to come together and be analyzed and correlated so that you can see what is an actual threat. And you need to actually be responsive to those threats. So another recommendation is to use playbooks together with automation rules to automate your incident response so that you can remediate security threats that are detected by your SIEM system. So just to cover or recap, and here's the list of links. These are the things that I've covered in my top 10 security list, security recommendations list: MFA, NSGs on the subnets, and there's a link there to the Azure policy that you can deploy to make sure that all Azure subnets are using NSGs. The Azure policy is not going to break anything. It's just going to see and check and see if everything is compliant. If not, you can fix it afterwards. Use Bastion. The Azure Bastion service is great and it works really well. I will, however, say that it can be quite expensive because it's running all the time. So you might have another third-party Bastion type of solution. ExpressRoute for connectivity. Keep those private networks private. Don't traverse the internet. And same goes for Private Link. Storage accounts, try not to traverse the internet when accessing data on your storage accounts. Encryption, make sure that the data at rest is encrypted as well as in transit. So use a secure protocol for the data being transited. And then things like Azure Defender can help you with your security posture. It'll show you where you need to change things, where you're lacking from a security perspective. Patch, update those anti-malware signatures, and then correlate all those logs that you're getting from all of your services into a SIEM. And the last link is the Microsoft top 10 list. And that is my Azure top 10 list of security recommendations. I put this at the end just to remind you that you can stand a chance of winning the swag. So go ahead and check out that link. I see Alistair is chatting. I just want to see if there are any.
I'm back. There was a question, Matt. I'll add it here. There we go. To what extent can you use Azure policies to implement security practices?
Right. So I actually have a session coming up at 1 o'clock after this, implementing some policies. And so, yeah, you can absolutely utilize policies. And there's a lot of built-in policies. In fact, let me see if I can show you a screen of some built-in policies. So first of all, you can enable the Security Center or Azure Defender through policy, or you can enable it through policy. You can do things like deny the creation of a public IP address. So people spinning up virtual machines in a virtual network, they won't be able to create a public IP address. You can restrict connectivity via various protocols. There's a whole lot of policies that are built in initiatives that Microsoft has created. You can import initiatives from the CIS initiatives, the Azure Security Benchmark initiatives. So absolutely, there's a lot of policies that you can apply, but you can also write your own policies. Take one that's there and tweak it to match your environment or your security requirement. I hope that answers the question. Any more questions? Jonathan was laughing at my binary joke. Thanks, Jonathan. or he was just laughing at me. Either way, it's fine.
You made a binary joke.
Yeah, because
there are two types of people. What is that?
Yeah,
Those that know binary.
exactly. Weren't you paying attention?
I was not watching your
slide.
session. I was watching it with one eye open because I have to respond to tweets.
No, I
and
understand.
people asking
I
for
know.
prizes and all of that.
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot, Matt, for your session on. What was your session on? I have to read somewhere. Top 10
My session
tips
was
for
top 10 Azure security best practices, hence the joke.
yeah.
Har, har, har. Anyway.
No, but it's good to see that people are starting to take security seriously. It's very important that you understand concepts like zero trust and how to implement those things, and going through well, you did mention that you have 11, not 10, right?
No, I had 10. Microsoft cheated and had 11, but
So I
we're not
was
complaining
listening.
about one extra. Yeah, but yeah, you
I
were
was kind of
half
listening. Yeah.
yeah.
I have a question. How are we doing for time? We do have time. Are you seeing companies actually rolling out the zero trust frameworks?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I didn't put it in my list, but conditional access policies are a big one. And a lot of people are using conditional access policies to drive that MFA requirement, right? So, and people have to be careful though. So some companies have got conditional access policy that says MFA all the time for everything, which is a problem, because there is such a thing as too much MFA and MFA fatigue, approval fatigue. And people getting the approval notice on their phone and they tap it, or their kid is playing with the phone and the kid just taps or whatever, because it's just the norm, can be dangerous, because it could be somebody else phishing or whatever that is doing the MFA. But from a zero trust perspective, you want to be taking signals from the network, from the device that the person is using, all of those signals, and combining them, and then applying various rules to those signals. So it's not about just requiring MFA all the time. It's about, well, you've MFA'd once on this machine, nothing has changed. You're using the same network, but on Monday you connect from a Starbucks or from another coffee shop. It's an untrusted network. Then you want to, challenge that person for an MFA.
There were also some
you
things.
Don't allow stuff.
Yeah. No, there was something talking about conditional access policies. There was something I wanted to say around, well, security defaults, MFA only modern auth. That's what you said, right?
Yes, that's right.
So if you've still got legacy auth enabled, you can bypass MFA in that way. So if you are going to enable MFA, make sure you enable MFA. Well, if you're going to enable modern auth, which we suggest you do, make sure that on the Exchange side for M365, because you can select certain protocols to not require, well, you can switch modern auth on with the security defaults, that switches it on, but you can say, well, I've still got these legacy applications that require SMTP or POP or IMAP, and if you leave those on, that means that hackers could bypass MFA because of those protocols. So just be very wary when you enable modern auth, what you need to do.
Well, look, enabling modern auth is not a problem. You should enable it. And it's the fact is disabling legacy auth is what you need to be doing, and making sure that that's not being used. Because as long as legacy auth is around, people can use legacy auth, or hackers can use legacy basic authentication, which is just username and password, in password spray attacks, for example. So they access the service and they just go through a list of usernames and 5 passwords. So they avoid detection of trying multiple passwords on one account, because that account will lock out, and those mitigation things have been around for years. But now they're using password spray, where they'll take 3 passwords and they'll spray those 3 passwords across all of your users in the hopes that one or two of those users are using password 123 or hello 123 dot. There's a whole list of passwords. And the point is, passwords mean nothing these days. So that's why modern auth and MFA, but you've got to disable the legacy portion of it to protect yourselves.
All right. Okay, is that it, Matt? Are you done from your side?
I am done.
All right.
Thank you.
How do people get hold of you, Matt?
Twitter is probably the easiest. At Scrods, or SK Rods.
I'm not even going to ask
Scrods,
why.
SKRODS.
I'm not going to ask why.
Yeah, don't ask why.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for attending Matt's session today. We've got, I think, 15 minutes until the top of the hour. And then we're going into lightning talks for 15 minutes. And if you look at the ticket tape, after that, we would like everyone to come back to the main track where you watch the keynote, because we've got a UX session. And we'll advertise that during it. Matt's actually going to jump across to the infrastructure track.
The main infrastructure.
What is it called? Main event and infrastructure track. And you're doing a session on?
I'm going to show you how you can deploy governance in 15 minutes. It's a lightning talk, so 15 minutes.
Good luck. All right, people, we'll see everyone. I don't think there is anything in this. No.
Just a shout out to Mike from Mike Groenewald. Thanks. Thanks for attending.
This track will reconvene at 2 p.m. We are back at 2 p.m. So everyone can head over to the main track.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. See you there. Bye.
Bye. For those still here, please head over to the main track, as there's no sessions between 1 and 2 in the security track. There's also a UX principles session after the 15-minute lightning talk. So head over to the main event and infrastructure track. There is a lightning talk, and it's actually about security. So go have a check there. And then we will probably be back here at 2 for the next session, which should be, I think it's Gordon. Is it Gordon that's coming up? Is it Gordon? Yes, Gordon will be up at 2. Is it? Yes, he'll be up at 2. Shift left security for a safer cloud. That's interesting.
Hey, how's it? My name's Gordon
How-
Beaming. Oh, I'm bad at this.
No, it's I saw Alistair was here and then he ran away. So I thought, let me grab the controls.
Great stuff.
Yeah, so you're here. So yeah, thanks, Gordon. Sorry, I don't know the title of your.
They were cutting my lawn, so they closed. So I went and ran away. But this is Matt, right? This is Matt because I will scroll and go look at tweets, and then Matt introduces himself, right? That's how it worked the last
Somebody's
time.
got to be on the ball.
Yeah, there we go, Gordon. All right, Matt, are you going to introduce Gordon's session?
Sure, Gordon. Improving performance.
No,
is
it's not that
No,
one.
that's not the me one.
No.
Maybe I need to
Sorry.
run to another room quickly. I've done this at a real
No,
event. It
shift
wasn't great.
left security for
Yeah.
a safer cloud. I think that's
Oh,
that's
yes.
what he's. It's that one. Yeah.
Shift left. Shift left.
Shift
people.
left.
Always go left.
Well,
All the
should
buzzwords.
we give it a few minutes, waiting for people to come away from the main track? Because I think
Yeah,
there's
we
still
can
quite
do
a
that.
few people sitting there.
Yeah, I see Lynette's still busy.
So let's give it 5 minutes because she's still going.
Cool.
Cool. Maybe we can shout out, do a sponsor shout out. Can't do that with that, can you? Yep. That's me.
Look at that! I even added a banner.
Nice. So talk amongst yourselves, gentlemen.
Well, hold on. How many people are in the chat? Oh, look at that.
It's going up. It's glamming.
So Gordon,
Apt.
this is interesting, right? You're doing a security session.
Yeah. So security is super important for like a DevOps journey in general. So, I thought it would make sense to talk about that. Yeah, like as with most things, security is normally one of those things that's sort of left for last. Like no one talks about it, and then they like almost try like just sweep it past the InfoSec oaks right at the end and be like, oh, do we get it into production? Do we score? And this is sort of like upfront trying to like the things that you would do on sort of your daily basis to try and improve the overall security of your product, with actually very low effort once it's in.
Okay, this makeup is still going. Okay, I think she's finishing. There's still 124. Yeah, shit. Yeah. Okay.
Who's in the main studio?
Should we grab the stream and then
Ticket.
pump the stream through this?
Get some makeup going up in here.
Makeup everywhere. So how do you apply makeup techniques to security? Well,
You put your makeup in a safe.
well, if you label, you use color to label risk, right?
Yeah.
Everything that's red as a risk, you should block.
Tagging is important because you want to know how old things are.
Yeah. So anything that's red, that's got a red shade, is high risk, right? But that's how it comes through anyway.
Yeah.
Stay
And
away
red
from
is
those.
fearful,
those
so the
groups.
user experience is not negated because people will see red and take action versus someone seeing green or orange, right?
Unless they're colorblind, yes.
So heuristically it works, right? When we start looking at user experience for administrators worrying about, and we've just done a UX session right now for security techniques in the cloud.
Exactly.
All right, let's see. Is it still
I see
running?
she's done. They're playing
Okay,
videos
she's
now.
done. She's done. All right.
Yeah.
Well, then it's over to you, Gordon. Take it away.
Awesome. Great stuff. Cool. Yeah. So I mentioned a bit earlier, I'm going to be chatting today about shift left security for safer cloud. We slightly chatted about it just before I got started now about sort of why like I would be talking about a security topic, which is not really normally something that I would do. And it's because when you look at a DevOps journey, security is very important to getting that right. And it's generally the last thing that people look at. So this is sort of going to be taking you through some of the stuff that the GitHub platform allows you to do to make sort of security almost convenient and like front and center. So before I get started though, a little bit about me. I'm a father, have 2 children, aged 7 and 10. A husband, married for a bunch of years. I think it's 6 or 7 now. I've known my wife for 16 years though. And then also a triathlete, although COVID has put an interesting twist with that. And then for the last 8 or so years, I've been a Microsoft MVP through various different category names. And now it's focused on GitHub and Azure DevOps. And then currently also working at Derivco. And as with all things, because it's 2021, so we have to put the disclaimer there that my opinions are my own. And feel free to have a virtual coffee or beer chat where we can discuss things that you may not agree with, or we can do it on Twitter if that's more your thing. And because I always forget it at the end, a huge thank you to our sponsors today. Obviously, without sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put on events or have awesome swag. So back to the topic. Like I said, it's shift left security for a safer cloud. And then there's sort of actually probably more than 50% of that is buzzwords. Actually, it is more than 50% buzzwords. So if we look at it, you have the shift left security and cloud. So let's just break that down a bit. Like, what does that mean? So we start off, and if we just had to Google shift left, you'd come up with a definition like this, which more talks to quality assurance. But it says a shift left approach emphasizes the need for developers to concentrate on quality from the earlier stage of the software build. I'm not sure if you've ever seen the cost of a bug and the sort of later you leave it, you discover it. So if you find that in requirements, it's cheap to fix. If you find it in dev, it's slightly more to fix. In testing, more, and obviously when it gets into production, it's extremely expensive to fix because you have to bring it back to that earlier phase again. So the earlier you do things, and obviously that applies to security as well, the better off you would be. If we had to look at the word security, that means a state of being free from danger or threat. And especially from the last 21 months with COVID going on, there's a lot of stress. So why would you want to stress about yet another thing? And then the cloud, I mean, honestly, it's just someone else's computer, so that's almost irrelevant. But it is still a buzz term that's lasted for quite a while. So on that first one, if we just switch out the word quality for security, and as I alluded to earlier, this sort of makes sense as well for a sort of shift left approach to security. If we look for a definition of shift left security in DevOps, we'll get something similar to this. So the term shift left refers to the efforts of a DevOps team to guarantee application security at the earlier stages in the development lifecycle. As part of the organizational pattern known as DevSecOps, the collaboration between development, security, and operations. So you can see you would potentially be used to the term DevOps. Nowadays, you have sort of DevStarOps or just StarOps because it's cool. Everyone wants some of our coolness with what they're doing in their worlds. And so now we have more of those terms. Before we dive into sort of what it looks like now, if we go back probably a very long time, honestly, to look at what infrastructure would have looked like, you would have a physical network that your company probably owns. You have some apps there, probably in the Microsoft world that will be probably stored in IaaS. Those apps would talk back and forward to a SQL cluster or multiple SQL clusters. And that's how life would work. You'd have your customers would funnel through probably a single firewall into your physical network. And there wasn't really that much threat. Well, I say that much threat. There wasn't as much threat as there is these days. Or it's probably like a very low percentage if you have to consider what it is now. If we look at what that looks like now, we, instead of having this physical network, which we can like actually locate, like we can point to the network, we have a virtual network that's controlled largely through software configuration. And this these days as well, you don't have these sort of monolith apps as much. You have lots of small apps talking to lots of different databases, and you have a lot of them in your estate. So it's not as easy for you to track what that looks like. And hopefully the garden service that's now rocked up in my place is not coming through too loud. But I can't get to chase these guys away because they're just over the fence. But in this case, you have your customers again, but instead of them coming through sort of a funnel place, so one firewall hitting your estate, your customers are coming from everywhere. And if you are, say, in the case of something like Azure, if you look at that physical network where you're pointing to, like, that's where my network is, lots of the times your customers would be coming to your estate from inside that same physical network. So it's not something that is as easy for you to control. And along with that, because it's the cloud, we use a lot of PaaS services. So inside that virtual network, you're now using pieces of infrastructure that you don't even build the underlying tech for. So in that case, you have to rely on other providers like Microsoft to build solid and secure platforms for you to build your applications on top of. And I mean, I would say that this isn't the infrastructure track, but we also weren't talking about Makeup right now, so I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I did mention something about GitHub, so let's dive into that a little bit. So GitHub has this thing called GitHub Advanced Security, and basically what that has is 3 pillars. The one is code scanning, the next is security scanning, and the last of that is dependency review. So what code scanning does, and many people have been doing this for a long time already, using things like SonarQube, it scans your code through static analysis and checks if there's anything that it can find. So SonarQube does a lot of security stuff, but it also takes a look at a lot of technical debt. Security scanning, that's when you accidentally, and everyone has done this in their life, check in a secret that you shouldn't have checked in. Sometimes you don't even realize it because you haven't slept for a while, and you'll check in a secret. You're like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. You delete the secret and check it in again, not thinking that because nowadays everyone uses distributed source control, and that's you most likely using Git. When you push that up to the public, if you're doing something like open source, you're pushing that up to a space where people can just go and look at their previous commits, and they can access that secret. So although when you're browsing the repository, you don't think, oh wait, my secret's there, it is still available to the public. So what secret scanning is doing under the covers is scanning for different keys for the different types of platforms. So it will scan for like Azure DevOps PAT tokens, AWS keys, storage keys. And when it finds one of those, you'll get notified that it's been found. And then dependency review, again, like I haven't seen, at least like forever, any company that builds their own end-to-end software, like completely without taking a dependency on any other framework or provider at all. So what dependency review does, and if you've worked at all with JavaScript, you'll be familiar with NPM. It'll be looking through those different dependencies, looking for security vulnerabilities for you, and letting you know when one's found through your dependency tree, and ask you to go and update your dependency. And I'll show you a bit of how that works just now. When you're inside GitHub, there's a security tab, which looks something similar to this. And you can see on the left-hand side at the moment, I've got 148 scanning alerts. I think in general, with GitHub Advanced Security, something like that stands out for me, and this comes again with the disclaimer of I've generally been in the Microsoft world, and the GitHub is the first Microsoft place that I've trusted as a platform. something that's key for me, like on how they sort of go about their daily operation, is with a deliberate focus on security for their customers. So they're trying to do everything to make sure that their customers can be secure. So all of these tools I'm going to show you today, for people that have their software as open source, they can use all of this. When you start having private source to your company, that's when you start paying for these kind of tools, which makes it great for small little projects, or for any open source projects to still take advantage of sort of enterprise grade tooling without having to fund that. Cool. So the first thing that we'll jump into is code scanning. So the pieces that we're going to look at for that is infrastructures, code scanning, container scanning, and then code scanning itself. So the first thing though is seeing how do you go about creating a new workflow. So I'm going to go over to my demo organization in GitHub, and I'll go to that security tab that I mentioned earlier. And you can see this looks exactly like that screenshot that we saw previously. On the left-hand side here, I'll click on code scanning alerts, and then I'm just going to say add more code scanning tools. And then from this list, you can see there's a lot of tools already in the marketplace that gets highlighted that you can just go and click set this up, and it'll set it up for you. So for this example, I'll go and set up a CodeQL analysis. When I click that, you'll see it will tell me that it's going to create me a new workflow file. So it's a normal YAML file, and I'm going to go and make that, put a 2 in the name because I already have one of these in my repo. Goes and sets the name, so we'll just leave that as CodeQL. Says that it's going to, any pushes to main, this is going to trigger, and then for any pull requests into main, this is also going to trigger, and then it's also going to run on a cron job. This workflow itself is going to be run on Ubuntu latest. The permissions that it's going to use from my token, my GitHub token when it runs, is the ability to read actions, read contents inside the repos, and write security events, which allows it to write to that alerts tab inside the security tab. And then this will go through and call a couple of steps that will actually do the scanning for us. So that itself takes a while to run. So I won't commit this one. I'll just go and click on a previous one that I have run. So if I go here to CodeQL, you can see when I last merged some code into here 4 hours ago. This, when it ran, picked up that I do have C# and JavaScript in this project. So it ran a scan on both of those for me. And as part of that run, they have a helper function inside GitHub, which is AutoBuild, or helper action called AutoBuild. And what that will try and do is detect what framework you're using, and then automatically build that. So if you have .NET Core, it'll build it as .NET Core. If you have a JavaScript app, it'll do your like your TypeScript compiles and that kind of stuff. If you have Java, it will also try and build that for you. And then they end up running a bunch of rules over your code base, and then they'll publish that up as part of that to this alerts section. You can see as part of one of the previous scans, it says that I've got inefficient regular expressions as part of the code. So this is something that I can look at and say, well, actually, that works, and maybe we just aren't good at making it better. So we'll go ahead and just mark this as won't fix. But this all bubbles up to us. At the top here, we can see various my brain just lost the word. I'm just going to use the abbreviation then. The CWEs that have been logged specifically for all the different types. So you can see if I click on that, it'll now filter or automatically apply that filter for me to just show me any alerts that relate to that tag. And obviously then it's got a high warning or low warning as well. So if I jump back to slides quickly, and yeah, I'll be ping-ponging in and out of slides the whole time. The next part that we'll look at is infrastructure as code. So specifically with this, we'll be looking at scanning Terraform. And if you don't know what a Terraform template looks like, it looks something like this. So you start off by mentioning what your providers are. So the nice thing about a Terraform template, and I'm not going to dive too much into it because I think there was another session specifically talking about Terraform that you can go watch. But basically, it's a common way for you to describe your infrastructure, and then using different providers, you can apply that then to other platforms. So you could use almost the same template. You would have to have some changes depending on which kind of resources you're using, but you could use mostly the same template and apply that against AWS, against Google, or against like Azure as an example. You start off with your providers, and then you declare everything that is part of your setup. So it's not like if you go and click in the UI, you'll go and say, I want a new web app, give your web app a name. There'll be a bunch of sort of advanced options that you'll always just skip over because you just want to use stuff, right? And then you'll click create, and then it creates 11 resources for you. Or you'll go and use PowerShell, and you'll say new Azure web app, give it a name, give it a resource group, maybe, and a location. And again, it'll go and create 11 resources for you. So in this case, you can see this first bit of screenshot creates my resource group, creates my VNets for me, creates a subnet inside there, all the way down to many lines later, and I'll show you the full file now, where we then creating the app service plan, and then obviously a web app that goes on top of that app service plan. So if we jump to what that looks like quickly, I've got this sample Terraform file here. And on some of my slides, you'll notice I have the path, which this stuff, obviously, this is all public. So if you go to GitHub and you go to demos, and I always generally use the generated name that GitHub gives you. So this one happens to generate furry happiness, which is amazing because in so many ways that's so linked to security. But if you go there, you can see this whole repo with all these files, if you do want to go and play with this. So as I mentioned, starts off there with the provider, your resource group gets created, your networking gets created for you. At the bottom here, there's the app service, your front end gets created. Your backends here, DNS set up inside that network for you. Like everything down to like every single resource that you're going to see in the portal is something that you would configure when you set this up. So, like at a first glance, looking at that, it feels a lot more complicated. Like there's now 110 lines, obviously with some braces, of configuration to just set up a web app. Whereas if you did this in PowerShell, it would be 3 or 4 lines. The benefit here, obviously, is that you're describing fully like what that network looks like. So you have a lot more control. And with that, we're able to go and use things like Snake to be able to scan those templates and check them for vulnerabilities. So in this case, and it's one of those things, if you have to go click new workflow or new scanning workflow, the Snake infrastructure as code is one of those templates. So all I've basically done here is change some of the filters so that it only runs on changes to Terraform templates as well as this YAML file. But it's pretty much, it's very close to the same thing. So we're running on Ubuntu again. We need access to be able to write events. We run their task. So their task calls Snake Actions ISE. We pass in a token. So that token itself, if we go to settings on the repo that we're on, and we go to secrets, we just click here, add new repo secret, and there's our Snake token. So we pass that token in, and we specify where the file is that we want to do scanning on, and then we would upload that to GitHub. But what I wanted to show with this one specifically, while that's not uploading at the moment, is that if you go, when that runs, specifically in this case for Snake, that pushes to their portal as well, which is similar to like if you've looked at the SonarQube portal. You'll be able to come in here and see different vulnerabilities as that runs. So you can see that as part of this template, which happens to be a sample template straight from Microsoft, that it's saying, hey, look, you're allowing for HTTP on this resource. You should really change that to only allow HTTPS. And then it shows you sort of the snippet of code that you can look at next to that. And obviously it shows you the severity. So in this case, I've got 2 medium severity and 9 low severity items that it's saying like I should really look at. Cool. And then next up, again, I'll be looking at, for most of the scanning tools, just for simplicity, I've gone and used Snake, but there's a couple of other providers you could also go and use if you do. It depends on what type of scanning you are looking for. There's a couple of providers you could end up using. Cool. Oh gosh, I jumped straight through it. So in this case, I've got a Docker file. It's a Docker file that, off one of my older demos, was used as sort of a dev database. So it starts off by using a SQL 2019 latest image. We expose the SQL port. We then put PowerShell on the image. We install the unzipping tool, and we go and fetch SQL package so that we're able to deploy DAC packs to this database. We then add in our entry point shell file, init PS1, and a SQL file. And then we also, because this normally runs as part of a build and pushes out that image, we take the DAC pack that was built as part of that image and add it to the image, so that when this database, or when this image gets used, as part of our initialization scripts, we go and deploy that DAC pack to the database as we create it, and we run some initialization scripts on it. And the last thing it does is says that it should run entry point and bash at the same time. So again, we'll go look at what this demo looks like, and it's pretty much rinse and repeat. So if we look at the workflow file. Workflow file has a name, says what it needs to trigger on, pretty much the same triggers as before. Again, yeah, we need permissions to write security events to that security tab. In this case, we need to build the DB. We then build the Docker image, and then we run a scan. In this case, using the Docker action from Snake. Again, with our token, we specify what the image is that we want and where the Docker file is. And in this case, we call upload to GitHub. That Docker file itself, it all fits on the presentation. So I showed you that. I showed you it there. If we go and look in Brain Do Things, if we go look in GitHub, and we can go look at this output, we can see it runs pretty much the same thing. It's just at the end of this case, or this time, it ends up doing an upload into GitHub, which is why we see all of these alerts here. So it complains about a lot of things because this is a dev image. We do a lot of bad things in there. And like in the previous case, unlike the previous case where we wouldn't have seen those alerts here because we weren't uploading those into GitHub, in this case, you'll see those alerts in both GitHub and inside this portal. If I had to refresh this at the moment, I haven't refreshed since I've added the container stuff here. So that's then container scanning, and then lastly, the one that's slightly different, but also not that different, is going to be the code scanning. And for code scanning, I thought it would be, I couldn't think of an interesting way to just show you, hey, here's, I don't know, a CLI. So for me, this is how I think of like that first part of code scanning. What we want to do is try avoid being like this guy, right? So we're writing scripts, well, code most of the time, and we send that for a code review. The reviewer is potentially very busy, so that's how they review your code. They run through it. It's like, yeah, looks good. Let's it through. It's not that great for your product, right? And then there's this one that says, is it really a vulnerability if you don't know about it? So part of us doing code scanning or scanning in general is that we want to know about vulnerabilities before someone else is able to know about it, which then leads to this. So when you find a vulnerability, if you weren't scanning for it, and it's quite a hard one to find, you say, well, you're a difficult vulnerability to use, so I like you. As in, the attacker really needs to know what they're doing if they're going to exploit this. So I'll leave you to last to fix. We don't really want to be in any of those positions, which is why we want to use these tools that give us a lot of information about how about what our code looks like and how we can use words, Gordon, how we can fix it. So like in some like SonarQube, for example, will show you like this is how you should change the code. Snake said like this is how you should change what you're doing. So again, in this case, our workflow file looks pretty much the same. Starts off with what you need to trigger. In this case, we build the app, and it calls the .NET action to do that scan. And in this case, we pass in the path to our solution file. And this app itself is a standard .NET 5 Razor Pages app. The solution file itself doesn't even reference the database project. That just gets referenced outside of that. And when that runs, similar to the others, as you'd expect by now, it runs and mostly works unless you have all those reds where it didn't work. But the important thing is the last one worked. It runs, it scans, and pushes up those changes for you. And then for this one, we'll look in this interface. If we look at our code analysis here, it complains about the fact that we are not using this attribute correctly. And obviously that's a very basic app, so there's not much that it can find for us, which is a good thing. You wouldn't want your sort of getting started templates to be extremely vulnerable. Cool. And then what are we're gonna move on to this next. I think that was for code scanning. The last part that we're going to look at was actually, it's a lot more fun, sort of ish. The last thing that we want to look at is Dependabot. So all the things at the moment is sort of, they're showing you, hey, here's some stuff that doesn't look right. You go in there, you fix this stuff, which is great. But wouldn't it be great if you had sort of an extra teammate, right? Someone who scrolling through all those dependency trees, looking at where there's dodgy security holes and saying, actually, we need to update this dependency. So I used to be that person for a long time, going through reams of this sort of almost useless information because you really don't find anything great that often. But now I basically go on with life and I get an email like this that says, hey, I've created a pull request for you. You should really take a look at that. And I'll show you now what that looks like. So if we go jump into a demo for that, I'm actually going to switch over this time to a repo that I keep around just for this, because it's fascinating as well when you look at the pull request that often the Dependabot will cancel out one of the PRs and will start a new PR and say, actually, you haven't fixed that one since. So he has a new one that now bumps that version a little bit more because the previous version also wasn't too great. So in this repo, I don't think there's, because this is just a sample repo, I haven't done anything that's sort of normal myself here. I've merged a couple of things every now and again, but this is all been Dependabot saying, hey, there's a vulnerability. You need to look at this. You need to change that. So if we go look here at the ASP.NET Core sparse services, it says that this this package it needs to get bumped from 507 to 5010. It gives you the release or a link to their release notes that you can go and further look what the changes were. And then also the links to the commits so you can go and verify what their code looks like yourself before you just blindly accept a bump to a dependency. And then for me, I'll just go click here, merge it in. That's now changed as part of this PR, depending on what workflows you've set up. If you have gone and set up, so for example, you've got your normal, I showed it in the CodeQL example. So over here where this does it runs on any PRs to main. If you have your build set up, doing your tests, your automated tests, and doing all your security scanning, when Dependabot does a PR to you, all of that stuff's going to fire. And if you've configured that stuff to break, if there's any problems, then if there's something that Dependabot's broken, the quality that you've baked into your pipeline is still going to help you and make sure that you've got quality. So in the end, when you see a PR from Dependabot, you should feel confident, similarly to if you see a PR from one of your teammates, that if you do for some reason miss something, that your pipeline is going to have your back because you've baked in so much quality and security checking for that. Then I suppose the last thing that's probably to mention around this, and it's not something I would demo specifically, but if you do find a vulnerability in your repo, so say you're building a package that you're sending out to the world and everyone's using, GitHub does have all of the infrastructure for you to go and create new, those fancy numbers, so you can go and create a new vulnerability. There we go. That's what it is. Common weakness enumerator. So you can go and link that up. You'd get a CVE and put all the information. And then when that all goes through, something like Dependabot is going to do PRs to other people that are using Dependabot that are also using your package and say, hey, you need to update this. Here's the link to where that vulnerability was fixed. And this infrastructure is nicely then managed there for you. And then I think that is largely me. I don't know if there's any questions. This kind of topic, you could probably talk for days on it. But yeah, that's what I've got for now. Like I said, all the code is up there at the Dada Demos org, and the repo is Furry Happiness.
Thanks, Gordon. There are a couple of questions from the comments on YouTube. So I actually asked, is the security, I might have missed it, is it enabled per repo? So
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you go and put the scanning specifically, you would go and add those workflows into each repo, into your various different like pipelines. In this case, what I've done is I basically set up a pipeline per type that I was showing, but you generally have those mixed together so that when you your code builds, it does its tests, you do some scanning as part of that sort of single flow. Because you don't want to allow for your code to be able to get out the door, because the pipeline that does releasing code doesn't also do your security checks, for example.
Cool. Okay, good. But is there a global sort of enable setting? So new repos that you create would have.
Yeah. So when you do set up organizations, so when you are running enterprise cloud, then you can, as admins across the organization, say like, these are some of the policies that we have high level that need to be applied to every single repo.
Okay, cool. Then Jaco asked if you're running Windows 11. He saw the telltale signs of the centralized taskbar.
It's one of those love-hate relationships. So like currently what you won't see, because it's on my other screen, is I actually have Fiddler running, because last night, conveniently, there was an update that took 2.5 hours to run. And today, for some reason, random site certs are failing. So if I like load up GitHub, or if I push code to GitHub, sometimes I'll say like, actually, no, I don't trust that cert. And you can't trust it either, because it uses HSTS. So it's like, oh, well, that sucks. So yeah, I've got Fiddler running on the background to make my connection untrusted, but at least working for the demo.
But we're not saying that that's Windows 11, though.
No, we're not saying it's Windows 11. It just happens to correlate with the update that came yesterday for Windows 11.
Well, there were other people that said this
channel
today.
Are you in for the? Sorry, yeah. Go ahead, Al.
There were other people that said the same thing today. And are we assuming that they're running Windows 11 as well?
Probably not. Microsoft's been a bit shoddy with their quality lately, so
I thought it was a GitHub thing.
So I've had it on GitHub, and I've also had it on Office 365, and I had it on, I don't know, there was another Microsoft service that I was on as well. They had the same thing.
So it could be just a DNS issue, right? It's always a DNS issue. Right?
It's always DNS.
That's what it is. It's always DNS.
It's always DNS.
Unless it's DNS. Unless it's power, like in South Africa.
Yeah, you need power first, and then it's DNS.
Power, internet, and then it's DNS.
Yeah.
Gordon, so serious question here. Like most things security, there's a cost to them. Is there a cost to the security functionality in GitHub? Or
if you have things open, and I suppose that's mostly then targeting like your open source projects or stuff that is something that you're doing in your spare time just for fun, or some companies will open source some of their repos. Like it's mostly, well, I think all these features are free for them. Obviously, when you look at the different providers, so like Snake, based on your usage there, like you'll have a plan with them to be able to use their platform. But the stuff from a GitHub side, as long as your code's publicly available, you're able to use those features. When you do look at like the actual enterprise accounts, things do start getting expensive when you start looking at advanced analytics. Oh, sorry, I always say advanced analytics, advanced security.
what? Yeah.
And there's some amazing stuff in the pipeline for that as well. So it's definitely worth it. So like I said, it is expensive, but then when you look at the cost of brains not doing brain things again, you look at the cost of pen tests in general, or if you look at the cost of a breach happening, like the price is like easily offset to be able to use this kind of functionality in your organization.
Yeah,
Well, this is the argument we have, right?
Yeah.
People are saying, well, if it can be more secure by default, or if you're building a product like if Microsoft ship Microsoft 365, why isn't it secure like out the box? Why are we having to pay extra for you to secure your product? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this is different. This isn't a product that you're securing. It's your code, and you're making sure that your developers are using secure practices in their code. So
this is you being able to scale out your InfoSec team, because they're not like as your product teams on the ground are scaling out at a rapid pace. Your InfoSec team can't scale out at the same pace. So this allows them to govern policies and apply it through all these automated ways to the organization.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's very cool. I need to look into it. I need to look at that bot, the Adabot as well. What is it? Adabot? The security bot.
The Dependabot guy.
Dependabot, sorry.
Yeah.
My brain's
Is
also
that
not
your
doing
bot or is
things.
that an actual bot?
That's an actual bot. So GitHub acquired Dependabots a while back. And one of the features that they disabled because they said, guys, this is a stupid idea, is Dependabot had a feature where it would automatically approve your PRs for you. So one of the nice things about GitHub is those workflows you can trigger off anything. So you can create a workflow that triggers off new PRs being created. So as a workflow, when a PR is created, if it comes from Dependabot, you can yourself just automatically approve it. But from a platform perspective, they're saying like that's a bad practice. So they're not providing it out the box for you to automatically allow those through. Which is one of the interesting things, just as like a side, like working with Microsoft for the last 8 years closely, working with the GitHub guys, their sort of mantra is do the right thing by default. So, and like for me, that took a while to get used to because there's lots of things from using like Azure DevOps and TFS and all the other weird names that it's had between that over the years. It's like, hey, this feels like it could work like this. And they're like, no, we're going to do this because that's the experience you'd be expecting. Like, we're not going to do stuff that like is an extra step for you to do. Like if we're mostly certain we're doing the right thing, like we're going to do it that way because that's how GitHub works. And that's why GitHub is so popular.
Nice.
No. All right. Is that it? Are we almost at the top of the hour? Thank you very much, Gordon, for your session on shift left. It's not alt right. No, we won't go alt right. If we get say alt right in the US, it would be a serious problem, right? They'll probably ban this session, right?
I don't know when we're going to be allowed to do that. It's one of the things I was actually thinking about earlier. Like if this was a real life event, you'd almost be able to feed off some of the energy from the people before you talk. Now you sort of walk into a room cold and you're like, is this thing on?
Exactly. Am I in the right place? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What do we have up next, Matt?
Good question. We have to
Azure
Gordon
identity,
first,
security practices, and technologies. That's coming up.
Nice.
Lonwabo.
Got a breather.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump to the main the main channel again. Because
well,
I am
thanks for your time
busy
today, Gordon.
vice
Really
stuff.
appreciate it. I
Awesome.
did not know you moved into security from writing code, but it's great to see that.
Well, it's more moving towards DevOps as a thing from writing code. That's
so
the sort
DevOps
of trend.
or DevSecOps?
Well, and this is like where like very long debates happen. So for me, DevOps is an umbrella across all of those things, right? Because it's end-to-end ownership of your application, which includes security. So you can't just be like we've thrown in an extra thing there so that I don't know, people can write more books saying, hey, yes, this new thing with security. You remember for the last 8 years where we were saying DevOps or however long we've been saying it, we didn't mean security there. Now we mean security. It's like, well, what were you doing with security for the last while if it wasn't included in your DevOps journey? So yeah, so for me, DevOps is an umbrella above all of the star ops.
All right. Well, thanks for your
Awesome.
time. And we will have a 10-minute break, and then we'll have Lonwabo come up with that. Cheers.
Awesome. Cheers.
Bet Software is one of the most diverse betting software providers in sub-Saharan Africa, providing reliable software and managing record-breaking volumes. At the forefront of our game-changing development lies Six Software. Our fearless remote and office-based developers decide on their tech stack of choice. We currently provide software and support throughout Africa as we become the technology destination that disrupts global markets.
Welcome to session 4. I think session 4 is session 5. I've completely lost track of what session this is. Well, this is the Azure Bootcamp. It's been a long, long day. Welcome, Lonwabo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And what is your session about today, young man?
I'm going to be speaking about Azure identity security practices and technologies.
Awesome. So take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. So I'm just going to start from the beginning. Great. Hello, everybody. I hope I'm audible. So I'd like to first take this opportunity to say thank you to the Microsoft community and the sponsors for organizing this bootcamp. And of course, the swag is great, by the way. Thank you, Offizen. I've actually been glued to YouTube the whole day listening to the different awesome presentations. Really, really informative, if I can put it that way. So let me take it away. So my name is Lonwabo Nzinde. So I'm the Microsoft Services Practice Lead at DVT. I have just over about 10 years experience in software development in a variety of industries, from financial services, telecoms, retail, just to mention a few. I'm currently the Microsoft engineering lead at DVT. I've done a few certifications, but I'm looking forward to do more so that I can give back to the community as well. I'm also a dad of 3.
And just hit the hide button on that sharing window.
The hide button.
Yeah.
Hide. Okay.
That one.
Great.
Perfect.
Awesome. Great. So I'm a dad of 3, a husband of 1 for now. Kidding, that won't change. And I'm originally from the Eastern Cape in South Africa, but I reside in Joburg and I'm working for the DVT offices up in Joburg. Great. So continue. So today I'll be speaking about one of the most intimidating topics in the IT space, but also one of the most important, which is security. Microsoft uses multiple security practices and technologies across its products and services to manage identity and access. So in this session, we're going to be covering how to secure your applications, how to secure your users, how to secure your devices, how to secure your resources in a Microsoft Azure environment. So it's going to be quite lengthy and quite a lot of information to take in. But how I've actually structured this interview is going to be based on a theme of what, why, and how. So we're going to look at what it is, why you should consider using it, how do you go about configuring or enabling it, and when is it a good time to implement or not implement it. So this format is actually just to also keep understanding that there's people that haven't used certain things and there's people who understand but don't understand the cases when to use it and not to use it. So we're going to be going through that as well. So before we delve into what we'll be speaking about, we just want to get the basics out of the way. So we'll first look at authentication and authorization. So one of the clearest distinctions that we can draw is the difference between authentication and authorization, because they are often confused, but the distinction is clear. So let's start with authentication. So authentication involves proving who you are as a person and that you are who you say you are. Traditionally, that is done by username and password. And then if we look on the other hand at authorization, so authorization, it's actually the act of granting an authenticated party, giving that person permission to do something within your, say, application or your system. So it also specifies what data you're allowed to access and what you can do with that data. So seeing that we've spoken about these two and we've gotten the basics out of the way, we'll start delving now into some of the security practices and technologies. So the first one that we'll start looking at is multi-factor authentication, also known as MFA in short. So there's a great quote that I love every time I speak about MFA, which says there's no greater protection you'll provide to your authentication than using multi-factor authentication. So this is one of my favorite quotes relating to MFA. So let's go into MFA. MFA. So MFA is sort of one of the easiest and most reliable ways to secure your identities and therefore secure your resources in Microsoft Azure. So for example, within MSA, a user is prompted during the sign-in process for an additional form of identification. This is because password-only authentication is very insecure, and sometimes users can self-register themselves using MFA if it has been set up correctly by your Azure administrator. That's what's also cool about using MFA. Um, there's different ways or methodologies that you can speak about when you're speaking about MFA. So I'll touch on the three types of methodologies that you need to always be cognizant about when you're speaking about MFA. So it always speaks about the things you know, which hopefully only you know, which speak to your password or PIN. The second one is the things that you have, which is your possession, and that could be a badge or a smartphone. And then the third one is the things that you are, so what you've inherited. So it could be something like your fingerprints or a biometric face scan, or maybe voice recognition. So something that you are. So those are the three important things that MFA uses as methodology in identifying who is, if the person that is saying that they are the right person. There are also multiple ways of enabling MFA through the portal. So there's a couple which we'll speak about now. So it's conditional access policy, it's security defaults. It's also by using per user MFA. So you can target a specific user, which is quite awesome. And it's also using Azure Identity Protection. So we might have a look at the actual demo at the end of the session if time allows. But for now, we'll just go ahead and look at the other practices and services. So let's have a look at the second one, which is the Microsoft Authenticator app. So there might be some people that are not aware of the Microsoft Authenticator app, but they might have it because of their organizational policies that if you join the company, the organization asks you to download the app onto your phone. So basically what it is, it's an app that provides one-time access codes. And it's not only for Microsoft accounts and products, but for all other sites as well. So it does cater for sites that are not based on Microsoft or products that are not Microsoft products. So what it offers several useful features to make Microsoft apps and additional compatibility sites and incredibly easy. The one common question that a lot of people might ask with this app is, what happens if I lose my phone? So the simple answer is nothing happens. So if you have set up backup account on your Microsoft Authenticator, which is, it gives you an option to do. So in its settings, you can go and add an account for the app as a backup account in case you lose your smartphone. Or if, for example, you want to switch to a newer phone, then you can sort of get all your detail from the backup site that you had. So it makes it incredibly easy in that case. So in terms of this, so this is done by Microsoft just to help you with the hassle of logging into different websites every now and again if you've lost a phone or if you're changing up a phone, so that you've got something that's synced up and backed up. All you do is you just sync up whatever you had backed up and then you're good to go. So in terms of, so how do I get started with the actual app? So some people will say, okay, now I understand what it does, but how do I get started? So there's two ways you can go about it. So it's either you would be Microsoft, have a Microsoft account, or you don't. So for those who already have a Microsoft account, it's just a matter of you just signing into your account, and then you gain immediate access to the codes after downloading the actual app, and you can follow the very easy steps of you getting up and running with the actual app. So for people that are non-Microsoft or non-Microsoft products, you can also use the actual app. So to use the Microsoft Authenticator app with a non-Microsoft site or app, you'll have to have a QR code in handy from the site or app in question. So it would depend on the provider that you're using at the time. So you can use that, a QR code to scan with the app, And then how you obtain this code will also depend on the site or program that you're using or you're using at the time. But once you have that setup ready, you can go into Add Account from your Microsoft Authenticator home screen, and then you can choose certain options in there. And then what it will do, you can scan the QR code, and once the relevant apps and accounts are added to your authenticator, then you can use them to log in. This is quite swift and nifty. A new feature that they've also added is the password manager. So with the Microsoft Authenticator, what you can do now is you can store your different passwords within the app, and you can use the managers to securely autofill passwords. So that means that if you've got passwords stored on the actual app and then you go to certain sites, you can set up the Microsoft Authenticator as the default password autofiller within your settings. So that will enable you to sort of autofill certain passwords that are picked up from the Microsoft Authenticator app. So this feature is also still in beta at the time, but it's also available as a public review, which is quite cool as well. So the next or the third practice or technique that we'll be speaking about is password policy enforcement. So this is also quite important. So within Azure AD, there's a password policy that defines settings like password complexity, password length, or password age. There's also a policy that defines acceptable characters and lengths of usernames. So this speaks mainly to that. So when self-service password reset is used to change or reset a password in Azure AD, the password policy is checked. So it makes so that whatever you are doing within your tenant or within your accounts that you've set up, the policy, if the policy is in place, it is always checked to make sure it has been adhered to. So if the password doesn't meet the policy requirements, the user would be prompted to try again. So it is a policy that sort of also gives the administrators peace of mind that there's always a policy at hand that needs to be adhered to with regards to passwords and characters to make sure that it's not easy for hackers to sort of guess certain passwords. So Azure administrators also have some restrictions on using this technique. That regular user accounts wouldn't be able to use. So your administrators would have access to setting up these policies. So what is important as well is that when setting up these policies, what will make it very smooth for you to do is to use PowerShell. So with PowerShell, there's certain scripts that you can actually run to enable you, for example, if you want to target a single user for a specific policy, or if you want to target all users, that is possible with certain commands. So I would definitely advise you to go the route of doing the commands. That actually makes it very smooth and easy. And then Microsoft also has in-depth documentation in terms of the actual commands that you run and what those commands would certify. So if you look at the different commands, for example, check the expiration policy for a password, or set the password to expire, or set a password never to expire. So those policies could either be implemented at an individual level. So if you can target a specific user, that is possible. Or if you want it to apply to all users, then you can run that command and it would apply to all users. So it makes it very easy in that case. So another important topic, or another topic that most developers should be familiar with, whether you have experience with Azure or not, is token-based authentication. So let's have a look at what it is. So token-based authentication is, in layman's terms, just a protocol which allows users to verify their identity, and then in return there's a unique access token that they get for that. So just another simple explanation to it is that auth tokens work like a stamp ticket. So if you go to a bus stop or a train stop, you get a stamp ticket and then you get a stamp. So if the user has access, so they would get that stamp ticket, then the user retains the access as long as the token remains remains valid. So once the user logs out or once the user steps out of the bus or out of the train, the token is invalidated. So they can't go back now and use it again. That is sort of some summary of a basic way of how to look at tokens as well. So we have already touched on authentication and authorization at the beginning of the session, but in the context of Azure, what's important to note is that Microsoft Identity Platform uses OpenID Connect protocol for handling authentication. So the protocol that is used is OpenID to handle authentication within Azure. And then in terms of authorization uses OAuth 2.0 protocol to handle all the authorization within the Microsoft Identity Platform. So that is also quite key to understand going forward. So the question I have is, why use token-based authentication and not traditional password-based or server-based techniques? Someone could come and say, okay, token-based is quite different, but how different how? So let's look at what else it can offer. So tokens sort of offer a second layer of security. So what is great is that also the admins have sort of granular level control over over whatever the tokens can grant certain users. So authentication tokens are also meant to enhance your security protocols and keep your server safe, but they won't definitely work effectively if you don't build processes with safety in mind, because there is a way of implementing them, but you don't implement them safely. So you need to make sure you have the best practices in mind when you're implementing token-based authentication. So we'll have a look at this different best practices that you should always keep in mind when you're implementing these tokens. So first of all, they all should be private. So users can't share. So that's what that means. So users can't share the token devices or pass them around between departments. So you make sure that they are private to a specific user. So the second one is secure. So you must also make sure that they're secure. So the communication between the token and your server must be via HTTPS connections to make sure that there's that extra layer of encryption is very critical part of keeping the tokens safe. So the next one, which is the testing. So you need to run periodic token tests to ensure that your system is secure and functioning properly. And that will help you if you identify any problems, then you can quickly fix those problems. So it's very, very important to test periodically to make sure everything is still functioning properly. So don't just build once and once that is done, you are happy. So you need to keep testing them, and because you might find some vulnerabilities between the tokens and what has been set up previously. So you need to check those and spot any problems. And if you spot any, then you fix them quickly. So that's why it's important to test as well. What's also important is fit for purpose. So make sure it's appropriate. So pick the right token type for an individual use case. So don't go with JWT just because you've heard that JWT is good. So for certain things, it's not ideal. For example, for session tokens, you wouldn't want to use JWT. So it's always important to ensure you are picking the right tool for the right job. So that's quite important as well. So let's go to the next item. So the next one is quite a big item, which is Azure role-based access control, also known as Azure RBAC. So access management for cloud resources is a critical function for any organization that is using the cloud. So Azure RBAC helps you manage who has access to the Azure resources, what they can do with those resources, and what areas they have access to. So it's who has access, how much access they have, and what type of access do they have. So it's quite important. It's quite a big feature within Azure. So Azure RBAC is sort of the authorization system built on Azure Resource Manager, and it also provides fine-grade access management of Azure resources. So it goes into a granular level as well if you needed to go into that detail. So here are a few things that you can do with Azure RBAC. So for example, if you've got one user that you want that specific user, let's say John, you want John to be able to manage VMs. So you can allow John to be able to manage VMs in a certain subscription, and then you can get another user, Tom, and then you can say, Tom, you will only manage the VNets of that specific subscription. So you can go into that level of giving access or role definitions within RBAC. And what it also allows you to do is give access to certain groups. So for example, if you've got a group of database administrators that you want to give access to manage a SQL database in the subscription, then you can give that group, and then everyone who falls within that group will inherit that sort of role definition or permission. So this allows you to also give access at group level as well. What's also great is if you've got applications that want to use certain resources within your tenant or within your subscription, then you can, using Azure RBAC, you can allow an application to access all resources in a resource group by making sure that all of those roles are assigned to that specific application. So that's how great Azure RBAC is. And I'm sure you've also had a look at the decision tree, which shows the mechanics of Azure RBAC. What's also important to note, a lot of people might have a question with, what if I have conflicting roles? So what's important to note with how Azure RBAC works is that if you have two conflicting roles, Azure will take the one with the most privilege. And in that way, that's why the role definitions are known as additive. So they add to whatever you know, they're described as additive role definitions. So that's what Azure RBAC looks like. And then if we look at the decision tree, it always looks at a no access at the beginning. So what it starts with, it assumes that you don't have any access. So this is actually great because by default, you want people not to have access. You don't want to open everything up and then you slowly close things off. You want to say no access, and then you apply those um, roles to specific groups or to specific users or to specific applications as you see fit. So the way you see in the decision tree, it first says there's no access, and then depending on the assignments that are applied to that specific user or that specific group or that specific application, then it goes through the decision tree and checks if you've got any access to do certain things within Azure. So that's how cool that is. Another important concept, which is quite handy, especially today with the theme of the day, as we heard from the keynote in the beginning. So as much as most of us wish that from a click of a button, every organization would be fully cloud native, reality is there will always be dependencies on premises. So today, businesses and corporations are becoming more and more a mixture of on-premises and cloud applications. So that means that users would require access to those applications on both on-premises and in the cloud. So managing users both on premises and in the clouds poses certain challenging scenarios. So in terms of hybrid identity, it attempts to look at what those challenging scenarios are and attempts to solve it based on different ways you can actually solve it. So the answer to some of those scenarios is hybrid identity, of course. So to achieve hybrid identity with Azure AD, one of the three authentication methods can be used depending on your scenario. So as you see, there's PHS, there's PTA, and there's ADFS. So what's important is that depending on the context or the scenario of your organization, it's not a blanket fit all. So you need to look at what the scenario you are facing as an organization. And what Microsoft does, it provides the different scenarios and provides what the best tool would be. So you could either go with PHS or PTA or ADFS, depending on the scenarios that you are encountering. So for example, if you look at These authentication methods also provide single sign-on capabilities. So single sign-on is in layman's terms, the ability to automatically sign in a user when they are on their corporate device and you're connected to a corporate network. So it is very important to understand your organization's scenario so that you better choose the correct method. So you don't want to just go with one that you first have heard of. You need to also contextualize it to your organization and pick the best route for this. It's quite important because you don't want to halfway through a solution, then you see it cannot solve a particular scenario. So it's important to first understand the scenario that you are faced with as an organization and then go with the suitable identity tool for that. Great. So best practices. So let's have a look at some of the best practices to keep in mind when thinking about Azure identity security. So the first one would be looking at centralizing identity management. In this case, let's say if you have a local Active Directory and you have Azure AD, you should have one place where you control all of those identities. That's what it's speaking about. So you want it in a central place where you can manage and control all of those identities. The second one, which is being able to manage connected tenants. So this is also a very important one, especially related to billing and costing. So what you want to do is make sure that if you have tenants, that you can see them and you can see what they're doing. And you also need to make sure that your credentials allow you, or not only you, but someone else to also get in and also be able to manage those different tenants. Because again, they might be raking up a big bill and you might not be available, but you want someone to be able to go in there and also have a look at that. So it's quite important to also have that in mind. The third one, which would be making sure that you enable single sign-on. So this basically just creates accountability with one account. You want to be able to check what is happening. The next one would be conditional access. So this is currently very important because not all resources are created equal. So you certainly want to make sure that you don't open up everything. And that's what conditional access is there to help you with. And another important one, which might sound like maintenance, is you need to plan for routine security improvements. So this means that periodically you can use something called, I think it's called the Identity Security Score. What you can do, you can run it and you can see how long you are progressing as far as securing your identities. So this will definitely give you a score and you can keep running it and see how, if you're still on par with what you've set yourself up as an organization. What's also important is also being or enabling password management. So this is self-service password reset is important and you should monitor it. You should also deploy it and should extend cloud password policies with proper password management. You want to have an administrator that's in there that is able to look at making sure that users are able to go in and update their passwords, but making sure that the administrator has set up those important policies that we spoke about previously and that they will definitely apply to anything that happens within the self-service password reset. The next one that we'll be speaking about is enforcing multi-factor authentication. So we did speak about MFA in great detail, and I'll just repeat this. MFA is really, really important, especially if you have sensitive accounts or if you have privileged accounts. They should almost always use MFA verification to make sure that there's that layer of security that's in there to also make sure that your company or organization complies with certain regulations that might come through, because you might find that there's certain companies now that are saying that it's part of when they're being audited, they check if there's MFA installed within their certain systems. So it's quite important to get in this and understand the benefits that you get from MFA as well. Last but not least, if we need to use role-based access control. RBAC, as we spoke about. And basically, it's only granting what is necessary for someone to do their task. You don't want to give someone extra permission for a case that might not happen. So it's making sure that you only grant the necessary tasks that for someone to complete what they need to complete, and you don't go above and beyond that. So that's quite important. So in terms of the Azure best identity best practices, there's actually more, but I'll stop there for now with these. What I want to also add to is that you can also have a look at the link below. So you can go to Microsoft Docs. They have also another extensive list of that's continuing from this list, which also has a lot of more detail in terms of what it means and what it means for you as an organization. And just before I close off, I want to also give some advice in terms of if you want to get started with Azure, or you have already gotten started with Azure. So first of all, you need to start looking at, for example, AZ900 for the fundamentals if you are an absolute beginner within Azure, just to familiarize yourself with the different concepts of cloud computing, understanding the different services that are being offered by Azure, and understanding the different platforms that are given by Azure. For example, there's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. So understanding those different ones and what each of those give in terms of your ability to work with the platform. What's also important when I speak about security, so there's AZ 500, which is also quite important if you want to sort of go into the security path, if you want interested in understanding more and not only looking at identity within Azure. So if you want to look at more things within Azure, within the Azure platform, but specifically looking at security. So it's important to also have a look at that certification. It's definitely worth it, and would definitely give you a more context and more and more practical experience with the field. But so I will stop there for now. What's also important that I will want to emphasize is working with Azure itself. So being practically involved and doing certain things within the portal or doing it in PowerShell. So it's important to practically implement some of these to be able to understand them. So sometimes it doesn't help for you to just go through certain videos and not practically implement it, because when you're practically implementing it, that's when you'll actually see certain errors that sort of come up and be able to troubleshoot those errors. And I think that's the best way to learn. So that's it from my side. So I hope you've enjoyed the session. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. And I would also want to give a big thank you to the organizers and the sponsors of this great bootcamp. It's truly amazing, learning a lot, and hopefully we'll have another big one next year. Just
Great,
not to forget
thank
as
you,
well.
Lunwabo, for a
Great.
cool session on what was the title of your session? I can't remember.
So it's Azure Identity Practices and Technologies.
Yes. Let's have a look at some of the comments. Everyone is super excited to have you here. Just a couple of things. Conditional access requires an Azure P1 license. So you would have to make sure, it depends on what sort of license model you actually have for Azure, or
100%.
Azure as well as M365. So what you do get is security defaults, which you can enable. That's going to switch on Modern Auth for your tenant, and it will also switch on MFA, but you don't have that granular level of security when it comes to what you're trying to do. Also, with security default on, conditional access actually doesn't run. So there are options that are available to you when it comes to switching on conditional access. You need a P1 license, very important. Make sure that you have that. Otherwise, conditional access policies, you won't be able to enable that.
100%.
That blade, what did Matt say? That pane, that blade, that feature set is not available to you in Azure when running through that. You also have higher options as well when it comes to identity management. So you can also look at privileged identity management and just-in-time and just-enough access. where you can actually do elevated privileges on existing accounts for privileged identity management. That also comes at another cost. When you start looking at, I think that's with the P2 plan. You don't get PIM with a P1 plan. I can't remember which license model. And like you said earlier on, Lonwabu, definitely need to play around with these things. You can actually spin up a free tenant. You can get started with Azure for free. I think they give you about $200 worth of Azure credits to actually play around with this. Something also to consider, having a look at Zero Trust security frameworks when implementing identity management in Azure, and make that part of your Zero Trust journey, specifically around what you can do with conditional access policies, so that hopefully one day you end up being completely and utterly passwordless. Is it passwordless? I can't remember what the term is that Microsoft is actually throwing around right now, so that you can get away from
Passwords.
using a password. Yeah, because that's where the hack comes in. And enabling MFA, definitely top thing you have to do for your tenant if you want to mitigate risk on your platform. There's a question: too much security. Is there such a thing as too much security? Definitely. Do you want to handle this one, Lonwabu?
Yes. So there's definitely so I think if we look at what I was speaking about today, you wouldn't want to go through all of the slides and implement everything that you see there. So that's why I was saying it's also specific to your organization. There is something that's definitely too much security. For example, you don't want to say MFA to everything within your organization, because you might get fatigue from people now that they just approve things and they get their kids to approve it, because it's something that's becoming tiresome to them. So there is definitely something that's that speaks to that. You definitely need to look at your organization and look at what it needs security for, and not implement everything. And that will also help you in terms of cost as well, because you don't want to implement everything, because at the end of the day, the bill will actually rack up sky high.
All right. Yeah, definitely too much security. It's going to hamper the way people work. Just something to also consider when switching on conditional access policies. Make sure you exclude a specific group, your admins generally, because you don't want to lock everyone out of the tenant. Very important. Create a group, security group. Create a group called security, not a security group. Or create a security group called security group. and put one or two admins in there. So in the event a conditional access policy is created that locks everyone out, it is a problem. And you've got three settings. You can just report, you can test your conditional access, the policy itself, before you actually implement it, and then you can report only before you actually hit that button to switch it on. Just remember that, and we were talking about it in Matt's session earlier, just remember that when you enable modern auth, there's certain things that do bypass MFA from a modern auth perspective. So SMTP, IMAP, POP, those protocols do not adhere to MFA. So understand what happens when you enable modern auth, because the security defaults, if you flip that switch and you enable it, and I think it's enabled by default, I'm not 100% sure. When that is enabled, it's going to switch on modern auth, but it might not disable, because you can decide what to use when you are using modern auth, specifically around Exchange.
100%. And just to add to what you're saying about two administrators, I also spoke to that as well, because you also want two people looking or in charge of this, because if one person disappears, you also need that backup, because you need two people to be able to also do that as well.
Still create that account and then write the password down on a piece of paper and put it in the safe, right? Because that still works. If your admin leaves, you still have an account that you can actually use with a password that's in a safe somewhere. Very important.
Exactly.
All right. Any other questions, people? Nothing coming through on the Twitter. Well, not on the Twitter, right? Is on the YouTubes and the Twitches.
People want swag.
Yeah, people want swag. That's all that they're interested in right now. Okay. Well, Lonwabu, am I pronouncing your name right?
Perfect.
All right. Lonwabu, thank you very much for spending time with the Azure at the Azure Bootcamp today. And we hope to hear from you soon. We'd love to get you involved in Cloud Fridays and a few of the other community-driven initiatives. There's the Azure UG that usually meets once a month. We've got Cloud Fridays that's usually once a month on a Friday. It's a bigger deep dive. And then we've also launching a new initiative in October called SCI Fridays, like TGI Fridays, but Security, Compliance, and Identity Fridays, where we'll do deep dives into everything that you've been talking about today.
Awesome.
For those that want to continue with us, we've got the closing coming up. For those that have been around the entire day, if you are in YouTube, you can go back to the main event and infrastructure track, and we should be having the closing and wrapping up of everything today at 4 p.m. So stick around. We're excited to have you there. I think there might be some prizes that we're actually giving away in only that session. So hopefully that keeps you to stay. Hold on. There were some questions coming through here. Just big shout out from people. Corin
Awesome.
and this one. I'll knock that one up. There we go.
From the DVT fam.
Is that the DVT fam?
Yes.
All right. Awesome stuff. Well, great that you have support from the fam.
Awesome.
And we'll
Awesome.
catch everyone on the main event track. Ciao, ciao.
Great. Cheers.